They say every wolf knows their place in the pack from the moment they're born. I learned mine when I was 6 years old, watching my mother dragged from our home by enforcers, accused of a crime she didn't commit. They killed her in the town square, while I screamed her name until my voice broke. The alpha son watched from his balcony, his face carved from ice and indifference. 15 years later, that same alpha son stood before me in chains, and I held the power to decide whether he lived or died. Funny how fate works. My name is Belindra Thorne, and this is the story of how I went from orphaned outcast to the wolf who brought an empire to its knees, and fell impossibly, irrevocably in love with the man I was supposed to destroy. This story unfolds across 14 chapters. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The Auction Block. The iron collar burned against my throat. I stood on the auction platform in the center of Shadowmere's market square, my wrists bound in silver-laced rope that seared my skin with every breath. Around me, wealthy pack members gathered like vultures, their eyes assessing, calculating, reducing me to a price tag. Lot 47, the auctioneer announced, his voice booming across the square. Omega female, age 21. No family ties, no pack bonds. Trained in household service, kitchen work, and textile repair. Starting bid, 50 silver marks. I kept my gaze fixed on the cobblestones, my jaw clenched so tight my teeth ached. This was my reality now, 3 years after being cast out from the only home I'd ever known. 3 years of drifting between territories, taking whatever work I could find, until my luck ran out in the worst possible place. Shadowmere, the Iron Fang Pack's territory, ruled by Alpha Tarian Iron Fang, the man who'd executed my mother and destroyed everything I loved. 60 marks. A voice called from the crowd. 75. Another countered. I was property now. Merchandise. The orphan daughter of a supposed trader, sold to the highest bidder because I had no one to speak for me, no one to claim me. The auctioneer's gavel hovered in the air. 75 marks going once. 500 marks. The crowd went silent. I lifted my head to spite myself, searching for the source of that voice. It was deep, commanding, edged with authority that made my wolf stir uneasily in the back of my mind. The crowd parted, and my breath caught in my throat. He walked through the market square like he owned it because he did. Tall and broad-shouldered, with dark hair that fell just past his collar and eyes the color of storm clouds. He wore the formal attire of pack nobility, a black coat embroidered with silver wolf emblems, boots that probably cost more than I'd earned in my entire life. Draven Iron Fang, the Alpha's eldest son, future heir to the Iron Fang legacy, the boy who'd watched my mother die, the man who'd haunted my nightmares for 15 years. 500 marks, he repeated, his gaze locked on mine across the distance. And I'm not negotiating. The auctioneer stammered. My lord, surely the standard price for an Omega is... Did I ask for your input? Draven's voice dropped to something dangerous. 500 marks. Accept it or explain to my father why you questioned his heir in public. The auctioneer's face went pale. As sold. To Lord Draven Ironfang.
No. No, no, no.
Of all the wolves in all the territories, it had to be him. The universe had a cruel sense of humor. Draven approached the platform, and I forced myself not to flinch as he climbed the steps. Up close, he was even more imposing, easily a head taller than me, radiating the kind of power that came from generations of alpha bloodline. His scent hit me like a physical force, pine and steel, and something darker I couldn't name. Remove the collar, he told the auctioneer. My lord, she's not yet transferred to your custody. Protocol requires. Draven's eyes flashed gold. Just for a second, but it was enough. The auctioneer fumbled for his keys, unlocking the iron collar with shaking hands. The metal fell away, and I gasped as the burning pressure released. Red welts marked my throat, evidence of 3 days in chains. Draven studied the marks, something unreadable crossing his face. Then he shrugged out of his coat and draped it over my shoulders, covering the thin, ragged dress I wore. I stared at him in shock. What are you? You'll walk out of here with dignity, he said quietly, his voice pitched for my ears alone. Not as property. Understood. I didn't understand anything. Why would the Alpha's son pay 500 marks for an Omega he didn't know? Why would he care about my dignity? Unless this was some new form of cruelty I hadn't anticipated yet. Move, he ordered, but his hand on my elbow was surprisingly gentle as he guided me down the platform steps. The crowd parted again, wolves bowing their heads as Draven passed. I stumbled once, my legs weak from days without proper food, and his grip tightened, holding me upright. Almost there, he murmured. A carriage waited at the edge of the square, black and silver, with the iron fong crest emblazoned on the door. Draven helped me inside, then climbed in after me, settling onto the opposite bench. The door closed. The carriage lurched into motion, and I was alone with the man I'd spent 15 years learning to hate. Draven studied me in the dim light filtering through the curtained windows. What's your name? I debated lying. Decided against it. He'd find out eventually anyway. Belindra. Belindra, he repeated, as if testing the sound of it. No family name? Not anymore. My voice came out sharper than intended. Your father made sure of that. Something flickered in his expression. Recognition, maybe. Or guilt. Thorn, he said softly. You're Marin Thorn's daughter. My mother's name on his lips made rage bubble up in my chest. Don't say her name. You have no right. I know what happened to her. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, his gaze intense. I know she was innocent. The words hit me like a physical blow. I stared at him, searching for the lie, the trap. You're lying. I'm not. His jaw tightened. My father executed an innocent woman to cover up his own corruption. I was 16, powerless to stop it. But I've spent the last 15 years gathering evidence, building a case, waiting for the right moment to expose him. This had to be a trick, some elaborate game to break me further. Why should I believe you? I demanded. Because I just paid 500 marks to save you from whatever hell you were about to be sold into, Draven said bluntly. And because if I wanted you dead, you'd already be dead. I certainly wouldn't waste time lying to you. Fair point. I pulled his coat tighter around my shoulders, trying to process this impossible conversation. What do you want from me? The truth. He held my gaze. My father is planning something. Something that will devastate innocent wolves across multiple territories. I need to stop him, but I can't do it alone. I need someone who has nothing to lose. Someone who wants justice as badly as I do. My heart pounded against my ribs. You want me to help you bring down your own father? Yes. Why would you do that? He's your pack, your blood. He's a monster, Draven interrupted, and for the first time, emotion cracked through his controlled facade. He's destroyed countless lives in his quest for power. Your mother was just one victim among hundreds. If I don't stop him, there will be hundreds more. I wanted to trust him. Moon helped me. Some irrational part of my soul wanted to believe that the boy who'd watched my mother die had grown into a man who cared about justice. But trust was a luxury I couldn't afford. And if I refuse? I asked carefully. Draven leaned back, his expression shifting to something neutral, unreadable. Then I'll set you free. Give you enough money to start over somewhere far from here. You'll never have to see me or my father again. Just like that? No strings. Just like that. The carriage rolled through Shadowmere streets, carrying me toward whatever fate awaited. I had two choices. Walk away and spend the rest of my life running, always looking over my shoulder. Or stay and fight the man who destroyed my childhood. When I was 6 years old, I swore I'd make Alpha Tarian pay for what he did. I just never imagined his own son would be the one offering me that chance. I'll help you, I said before I could second-guess myself. But I have conditions. Draven's lips quivered in what might have been a smile. I'm listening. When this is over, when your father falls, I want my mother's name cleared publicly. I want everyone to know she was innocent, that she died for nothing. Done. And I want to be the one who tells him why he's being destroyed. I want him to know that Marin Thorn's daughter brought his empire crashing down. This time, Draven did smile, a fierce, sharp expression that transformed his face. I wouldn't have it any other way. He extended his hand across the space between us. I stared at it for a long moment, this offering of partnership from the last person I ever expected to ally with. Then I reached out and clasped his hand, his skin warm against mine, his grip strong and certain.
Partners, he said.
Partners, I agreed. The carriage turned a corner, and through the window, I caught a glimpse of Iron Fong Manor rising against the twilight sky, a fortress of stone and ambition where Alpha Tarian held court. The place where my mother had been dragged to her death. The place I was about to infiltrate was Draven Ironfang's secretly purchased Omega, while we plotted to destroy everything the Alpha had built. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2. The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. The servants' quarters smelled of lavender soap and old wood. I stood in the small room Draven had assigned me, staring at the narrow bed, the simple wardrobe, the wash basin in the corner. It was more than I'd had in 3 years of wandering.
Clean. Safe. Private.
A gilded cage, but a cage nonetheless. The household staff rises at dawn, Draven said from the doorway. He hadn't stepped inside, maintaining proper distance, I realized. As if that mattered when he'd already purchased me like livestock. You'll work in the main house during the day. Kitchen duties, mostly. It'll give you access to the manor, without raising suspicion. I turned to face him, still wrapped in his expensive coat. And, at night, you report to me. Everything you see, everything you hear. My father conducts most of his private business after dark when the rest of the household is asleep. He paused, his storm gray eyes studying me with unnerving intensity. Can you read? The question caught me off guard.
Yes.
My mother taught me before. I swallowed hard. Before. Something like approval crossed his face. Good. Some of what we need is in written documents. Correspondence, ledgers, contracts my father thinks are safely locked away. He pulled a small iron key from his pocket and held it out. This opens the door to the East Wing study. 3rd floor, last door on the right. He meets with his inner circle there every week. I took the key, its weight heavy in my palm. You're giving me access to his private study? Just like that. Should I make you earn it first? There was a dry humor in his voice that I hadn't expected. We don't have time for trust-building exercises, Belindra. Either you're committed to this, or you're not. I'm committed to destroying your father, I said flatly. I'm not sure yet what I think about you. Fair enough. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. My father will want to meet you tomorrow. All new household acquisitions are presented to him for inspection. My blood ran cold. Inspection? It's a formality. Stand there, look appropriately subservient, don't speak unless spoken to. He'll barely glance at you. Draven's jaw tightened. But Belindra, if he asks about your family, about your past. I know how to lie, I interrupted. I've been doing it for years. I don't doubt it. His gaze held mine for a moment longer, and I felt something strange pass between us. An understanding, maybe. Or recognition of shared pain. Get some rest. Tomorrow begins your new life as a servant in Iron Fong Manor. He left, closing the door softly behind him. I waited until his footsteps faded down the corridor before I finally let myself breathe. Let myself feel the weight of what I'd just agreed to. I was inside the enemy's fortress, walking the same halls where my mother had been condemned, about to stand before the man who'd ordered her execution. My hands shook as I removed Draven's coat and hung it on the back of the door. Beneath it, my dress was little more than rags, stained, torn, a testament to 3 years of hardship. But tomorrow, I'll wear a servant's uniform. I'd bow my head and scrub floors and fade into the background. And I'd learn every one of Alpha Tarian's secrets. For you, Mama, I thought. I'll burn his world to ashes for what he did to you. Dawn came too quickly. A sharp knock on my door pulled me from restless sleep. I sat up, disoriented, before remembering where I was. New girl. A woman's voice called through the door. You've got 5 minutes to dress and get to the kitchen. The head housekeeper doesn't tolerate lateness. I scrambled out of bed, finding a servant's uniform laid out on the chair. Simple gray dress, white apron, sturdy shoes. Everything fit perfectly, which meant Draven had somehow known my size. I didn't want to think about the implications of that. The kitchen was already bustling when I arrived, 3 other servants moving in synchronized chaos as they prepared breakfast. A stern-faced woman with silver-streaked hair looked up from where she was directing the organized mayhem. "You the new Omega?" she demanded. "Yes, ma'am." "Belindra." "Varia." "Head housekeeper." She looked me up and down, her expression unreadable. "Lord Draven says you have kitchen experience?" 3 years working in various households, I lied smoothly. In truth, I'd done everything from washing dishes to cleaning stables, whatever paid enough to keep me fed. Varia pointed to a massive pile of vegetables. "Start with those. They need to be chopped for the midday meal. You know your way around a knife." "Yes, ma'am."
Good.
"The workstation is there. Don't cut yourself. The alpha doesn't like blood in his food." The casual mention of the alpha made my stomach clench, but I moved to the workstation and picked up the knife, letting muscle memory take over. Chopping vegetables was mindless work, which gave me time to observe. The kitchen staff worked with practiced efficiency, but there was an undercurrent of tension I recognized.
Fear.
They moved like people who knew the cost of mistakes. "Don't mind Varia," a soft voice said beside me. I glanced over to find a young woman with warm brown eyes and auburn hair pulled into a braid. "She seems harsh, but she protects us. Make sure the alpha's temper doesn't fall on the household staff." "I'm Belindra." "Mireia." She smiled, continuing to knead dough without missing a beat. "You're Lord Draven's new acquisition, right? There's been talk."
Of course they had.
"What kind of talk?" "Just that he paid an unusual amount for you at the auction. 500 marks is, well, it's more than most Omegas go for." Mireia's expression turned curious, but not unkind. "Are you too?" "No," I said quickly. "Too quickly, perhaps." "Nothing like that. I have skills he found valuable." "Must be some skills." But Mireia's tone was teasing rather than judgmental. "Well, welcome to Ironfang Manor. It's not a bad place to work, as long as you follow the rules and stay out of the alpha's way." "What are the rules?" Mireia's smile faded slightly. "Don't go into the East Wing unless specifically ordered. Don't ask questions about pack business. Don't speak to the alpha unless he addresses you first." She paused. "And don't trust anyone completely. Not even other servants. The alpha has spies everywhere." A chill ran down my spine, but I kept my expression neutral. "Thanks for the warning. Just looking out for a fellow Omega." She returned to her dough, her voice dropping to barely a whisper. "But between you and me, Lord Draven is different from his father. If he chose you specifically, there's probably a good reason. He's the only one in this cursed family with an actual conscience." Before I could respond, Varia's sharp voice cut across the kitchen. "Enough chattering. Mireia, those loaves won't bake themselves. Belindra, when you're done with vegetables, start on the silver polishing. The alpha wants everything perfect for tonight's dinner." "Tonight's dinner?" I asked. Varia's expression grew grimmer. "The alpha is hosting several territory leaders. Important pack business, which means everything must be flawless. You'll be serving, so don't embarrass this household." My pulse quickened. Important pack business. Territory leaders. This could be exactly the kind of meeting Draven needed me to observe. "I won't let you down," I said. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of kitchen work. Varia ran her staff with military precision, and I quickly learned to keep my head down and follow orders. But I also learned the rhythm of the manor, which servants went where when the guards changed shifts, how to move through the corridors without drawing attention. By midday, I'd mentally mapped half the main floor. At exactly noon, Varia called me aside. "The alpha wants to meet you. Follow me." This was it. I wiped my hands on my apron and followed Varia through the servant corridors, my heart pounding so hard I was certain she could hear it. We emerged into the main section of the manor, all polished marble and expensive tapestries, and climbed a grand staircase to the second floor. Varia knocked on a set of double doors carved with wolf imagery. Enter. A voice commanded from within. The voice from my nightmares. The voice that had ordered my mother's death. Varia opened the doors and gestured for me to follow. I stepped into what appeared to be a formal study, dark wood furniture, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a massive desk positioned to overlook the manor grounds through tall windows. And behind that desk sat Alpha Tarian Ironfang. He looked older than I remembered, his dark hair now streaked with silver, lines carved deep around his mouth and eyes. But he still radiated the same ruthless power that had terrified me as a child. His eyes, pale gold, almost colorless, fixed on me with predatory focus. "This is the Omega Lord Draven purchased yesterday," Varia said, her voice carefully neutral. "Belindra, no family name." Tarian leaned back in his chair, studying me like I was a particularly interesting insect. 500 marks. My son doesn't spend that kind of money without reason. What makes you so valuable, girl? I kept my gaze lowered, my posture submissive. Every instinct screamed at me to lunge across that desk and claw his eyes out. Instead, I said quietly, "I'm skilled in household work, my lord. Kitchen, cleaning, textile repair. I work hard and don't cause trouble." He stood, moving around the desk with the fluid grace of a predator. "Look at me." I raised my eyes slowly, meeting that pale gold gaze. His wolf was right there, barely contained beneath the surface. Ancient, powerful, utterly without mercy. He circled me slowly, and I forced myself to remain still, to not show fear. "Where are you from?" "Nowhere specific, my lord. I've drifted between territories for the past few years. And before that, I was orphaned young. Don't remember much about my family. It wasn't entirely a lie. I remembered everything about my mother, her laugh, her kindness, the way she'd sung me to sleep. But I'd spent years learning to bury those memories deep where they couldn't be used against me." Tarian stopped in front of me again, close enough that his scent, blood and earth and dominance, made my wolf cower. "You're lying." My heart stopped. "My lord, Everyone lies, girl. The question is whether your lies will cause problems for my household." He reached out, gripping my chin and forcing my head up. His touch burned like ice. "Draven has always been too soft-hearted. Probably paid far too much for you out of misplaced sympathy. But you'll earn your keep here, or you'll find yourself back on that auction block. Understood?" "Yes, my lord." He released me, returning to his desk.
Dismissed.
"And tell my son I want to speak with him before tonight's dinner." Varia bowed and gestured for me to follow. I backed toward the door, keeping my head lowered, my hands steady despite the rage and terror warring in my chest. I'd just stood face to face with my mother's killer, and I'd lied directly to his face without flinching. I found Draven in the training yard behind the manor, sparring with two of the pack's warriors. He moved like water, fluid, precise, deadly. Each strike was calculated, each defensive block perfectly timed. The warriors were good, but Draven was better. He saw me approaching and held up a hand, ending the match. "Enough for today. Good work." The warriors bowed and left, giving me curious glances as they passed. Draven grabbed a towel, wiping sweat from his face. His shirt clung to his shoulders, and I forcibly reminded myself that he was the enemy's son. Ally or not, I couldn't afford to see him as anything else. "You met my father," he said. "It wasn't a question." "How did you know?" "You have that look. The one everyone gets after spending time in his presence." He tossed the towel aside. "Did he suspect anything?" "He knows I'm lying about my past, but he didn't press for details." I crossed my arms. "He wants to see you before tonight's dinner." Draven's jaw tightened. "Of course he does. Probably wants to grill me about why I bought you." "What will you tell him?" "The truth, or a version of it." He moved closer, his voice dropping. "That I saw a skilled Omega being undervalued and made a smart business decision. My father respects cold pragmatism. He'll believe I'm finally learning to think like an alpha." The bitterness in his voice was unmistakable. "You hate him," I said quietly. "Your own father." "I hate what he's become.
What he's always been, maybe.
I was just too young to see it clearly. Draven's storm gray eyes met mine. Did you know there were 3 other children before me?
2 sons and a daughter.
All of them died under mysterious circumstances when I was very young. Horror crawled up my spine. He killed his own children? Nothing was ever proven. But yes, I believe he eliminated any heirs he deemed weak or unsuitable. His hands clenched into fists. I survived because I learned to be exactly what he wanted. Strong, ruthless, unquestionable. But I also learned to hide my true thoughts, my true nature. To become a wolf in sheep's clothing. I stared at him, seeing him with new clarity. The careful control, the calculated words, the way he moved through the world like every action was a chess move. You're playing a very dangerous game, I said. We both are. He held my gaze. Tonight's dinner, 7 territory leaders will be attending. My father is forming an alliance, though I don't know the details yet. I need you in that dining room. Serving wine, clearing plates, being invisible.
Can you do that?
I've been invisible my whole life, I said. One more night won't kill me. Let's hope not. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small vial filled with clear liquid. Put 3 drops of this in my father's wine glass. Not the others, just his. I took the vial carefully. What is it? Truth serum? Poison. I studied his face. Which one? Neither. It's a mild sedative that will make him slightly less sharp, less observant. He'll attribute it to the wine, and it'll give us a small advantage. Draven's expression was unreadable. Unless you'd rather I gave you actual poison? The question hung in the air between us, weighted with possibility. I could end this tonight. 1 vial of poison, 1 moment of opportunity, and Alpha Tarian would be dead. Justice for my mother. Vengeance served cold. But I'd also be caught immediately, executed in the same square where my mother died. And whatever evidence Draven had gathered against his father would die with both of us. No, I said finally. Not yet. Not until I know everyone complicit in my mother's death pays for it. Your father doesn't get the mercy of a quick end. Something that might have been respect flickered in Draven's eyes. Spoken like a true wolf. I'm not a wolf, I reminded him bitterly. I'm an Omega. Remember? You're more than that. He said it with such certainty that I almost believed him. Tonight, you'll prove it. The dining room gleamed like something from a fairy tale. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light across the long table set with silver and fine china. 7 territory leaders sat around it, their conversations flowing with the wine I poured. Alpha Tarian presided at the head of the table, Draven to his right in the position of heir. I moved through the room like a ghost, refilling glasses, removing plates, my ears sharp despite my downcast eyes. The Eastern Territories are weakening, one Alpha said, a barrel-chested man with scars crossing his face. Their resources are depleted. Now is the time to strike. Agreed. Another added, this one lean and cold-eyed. But we need assurance that Ironfall will hold up his end of the bargain. Tarian smiled, and it was the smile of a shark. When have I ever failed to deliver, Cassius? There's always a first time. Then let me put your concerns to rest. Tarian raised his wine glass, the one-eyed carefully doctored with Draven's sedative. Within 3 months, the Eastern Territories will fall. Their lands will be divided among us. Their packs will be absorbed or eliminated. And those who stand with me now will reap the greatest rewards. My hand trembled as I poured wine for the next Alpha, but no one noticed. They were too focused on Tarian's words, on the promise of conquest and expansion. And the Luna Council? Someone asked. They'll never approve of unprovoked aggression. The Luna Council will do as they're told, Tarian said dismissively. I have enough dirt on their leadership to bury them all. They'll either fall in line or be replaced with more cooperative individuals. Draven sat silent through all of this, his expression neutral. But I saw the way his fingers tightened around his wine glass, the slight tension in his jaw. What about your son? Cassius nodded toward Draven. Will he support this campaign when he inherits? All eyes turned to Draven. My son knows where his loyalties lie, Tyrion answered before Draven could speak. Don't you, boy? The insult, calling a grown man boy in front of other alphas, was deliberate. A reminder of hierarchy, of who held true power. Draven met his father's gaze coolly. I serve the Ironfang Pack's interests, as I always have. A diplomatic answer. Tyrion's smile didn't reach his eyes. But I asked for your support, not your service. The room went quiet, tension thick enough to cut. Draven set down his wine glass with careful precision. You have my support, father. As you said, my loyalties are clear. Tyrion studied him for a long moment, and I held my breath, certain he could see through the lie. Then the alpha nodded, turning back to his guests.
There. You see?
My heir understands what's necessary. The conversation moved on, but I caught the look Draven sent me across the room. A warning. Whatever we'd heard tonight, it was worse than either of us had anticipated. Alpha Tyrion wasn't just planning to attack the Eastern Territories. He was planning genocide. And he had 6 other alphas ready to help him do it. I continued serving, continued being invisible, while my mind raced with the implications. This was bigger than my mother's murder. Bigger than personal vengeance. If we didn't stop Tyrion, thousands of wolves would die. Entire packs would be wiped out. The balance of power across all territories would shatter. And somehow, an Omega with nothing but rage and a stolen key was supposed to help prevent it. The dinner finally ended around midnight. I helped the other servants clear the table, wash the dishes, and restore the dining room to order. By the time I finished, exhaustion dragged at my bones. But Draven was waiting for me in the servant corridor, his expression grim. We need to talk, he said.
Now.
I followed him through shadowed hallways to a small study tucked away on the 3rd floor. Not his father's study, but a private space lined with books and maps. He locked the door behind us. 3 months, I said before he could speak. He's giving himself 3 months to start a war. Less than that, actually. Draven moved to the desk, pulling out a map marked with territories and borders. The Eastern Territories' defenses are weakest during the autumn harvest, when most of their warriors are protecting supply routes. That's 6 weeks from now. 6 weeks. I stared at the map, my stomach sinking. We'll never gather enough evidence to stop him in 6 weeks. Not through legal channels, no. Draven's finger traced the border between Ironfang territory and the Eastern lands. But there are other ways to prevent a war. I looked up at him. What are you saying? I'm saying that sometimes, to stop a monster, you have to become one. His storm-gray eyes met mine, and they held something dark, something desperate. Are you willing to do whatever it takes, Belindra? Even if it means crossing lines you swore you'd never cross. My mother's face flashed through my mind. Her final words to me before they dragged her away, "Be strong, little moon. Be stronger than they expect." Yes, I said. Whatever it takes. Draven nodded slowly. Then we start tomorrow. My father keeps the real evidence locked in his private vault. Proof of his crimes, correspondence with his co-conspirators, documents that would destroy him if they went public. We're going to steal it. Break into the Alpha's vault? That's suicide. Probably. A grim smile crossed his face. But I didn't pay 500 marks for a servant, Belindra. I paid it for a partner willing to burn down the world if necessary. He extended his hand, and I remembered our first handshake in the carriage, when I'd agreed to this impossible alliance with the enemy's son. Now he was asking me to go further, to risk everything on a gamble that might end with both of us dead. I clasped his hand, his skin warm and solid against mine. Partners, I said.
Partners, he agreed.
Outside the window, the moon rose over Ironfang Manor, full and bright and pitiless. Somewhere in the Eastern Territories, innocent wolves were going about their lives, unaware that in 6 weeks, Alpha Tyrion planned to destroy everything they loved. But they had 2 unlikely allies now. An Omega, with nothing to lose, and an Alpha son willing to betray everything he'd been raised to protect. The real question was, would it be enough? Chapter 3. Secrets in the Dark. The vault was behind a painting. I stood in Alpha Tarian's private study at 2 in the morning, my heart hammering against my ribs while Draven carefully removed a massive portrait of his grandfather from the wall. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, our only illumination. We couldn't risk a candle that might be seen from outside. "Keep watch at the door," Draven whispered, revealing an iron safe embedded in the stone wall. "If you hear anything, footsteps, voices, anything, signal me immediately." I positioned myself where I could see both him and the corridor beyond the cracked door. The manor was silent around us, most of the household asleep. But Mirea's warning echoed in my mind. The Alpha has spies everywhere. Draven pulled a set of lockpicks from his pocket and set to work. His hands moved with practiced precision, and I found myself wondering how many times he'd done this before. How long had he been planning his father's downfall? Minutes stretched like hours. Every creak of the old manor made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. Then, click. The vault door swung open. Draven reached inside, pulling out leather-bound ledgers, sealed letters, documents that rustled in the quiet. He spread them across Tarian's desk, and even in the dim moonlight, I could see his expression darken as he read. "What is it?" I whispered, moving closer. "Worse than I thought." He pointed to a ledger entry dated 15 years ago. "Look at this." I leaned over his shoulder, squinting at the cramped handwriting. The entry was a financial record, a payment of 5,000 marks to someone named Lorcan. The notation beside it made my blood run cold. "For services rendered." "Thorn matter concluded." "Thorn," I breathed. "That's your mother's name." Draven's voice was tight. "This is proof. He paid someone to manufacture evidence against her. Lorcan was an enforcer in his inner circle back then. Disappeared shortly after your mother's execution." My hands trembled as I reached for the ledger, needing to see it for myself. Needing to hold physical proof that my mother had been innocent, that she died for a crime she never committed. "There's more," Draven said, pulling out another document. "Letters between my father and the other territory leaders. They've been planning this war for 2 years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And here," he unfolded a map marked with red ink. "These are the targets. Villages, settlements, places they plan to hit first." I studied the map, my stomach churning. So many marks. So many lives that would be destroyed. "This is enough," I said. "This proves he's planning unprovoked aggression, that he manufactured evidence against my mother, that he's been conspiring with other Alphas. Take this to the Luna Council, and they'll have to act." "It's not enough." Draven's interruption was sharp. "My father has 3 members of the Luna Council in his pocket. They'll bury this evidence and kill anyone who tries to expose it. We need something bigger. Something so damning that even his allies can't protect him." What could be bigger than proof of conspiracy to commit genocide? Draven didn't answer immediately. He was staring at another document, his face pale in the moonlight. "Belindra. When did your mother die?" "What was the exact date?" "August 15th. 15 years ago." "Why?" He handed me the document while shaking hands. "Because according to this, she wasn't the first person my father framed for treason that year. She was the 7th. I scanned the document, a list of names, dates, causes of death. 7 wolves, all executed within 6 months of each other. All charged with treason or conspiracy. All investigated by Lorcan. He was purging anyone who might challenge him, I whispered. Building a case for absolute authority by eliminating threats. "Look at the last name on the list."
I did.
And my world tilted on its axis. Ivania Ironfang. Wife of Alpha Tarian. Death by execution. August 30th. "Your mother," I said numbly. "He killed your mother too." "I was told she died of illness." Draven's voice was hollow. "I was 8 years old. They told me she caught a fever and passed peacefully in her sleep. But this," he jabbed a finger at the document. "This says she was executed for treason 2 weeks after your mother died. Another frame job. Another manufactured crime." The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. Tarian hadn't just been consolidating power, he'd been erasing anyone who might stop him, including his own wife. Draven, I said carefully. If he killed your mother, then he's capable of anything. I know. He gathered the documents with sharp, angry movements. We're taking all of this. Every ledger, every letter, every piece of evidence. If the Luna Council won't act, we'll find someone who will. A sound in the corridor made us both freeze. Footsteps. Coming closer. Hide. Draven hissed, shoving the documents at me. Take these and go. I'll handle whoever it is. I'm not leaving you. That's an order. His alpha command rolled over me, making my wolf instinctively submit. Get out.
Now.
Through the balcony. I wanted to argue, wanted to stay and fight beside him. But the footsteps were getting louder, and if we were caught together with stolen evidence, we'd both be executed before sunrise. I grabbed the documents and ran for the balcony doors, slipping through just as the study door opened behind me. What are you doing here? A male voice, cold and suspicious. I pressed myself against the wall beside the balcony doors, hidden in shadow, my heart in my throat. Through the gap in the curtains, I could see Draven standing beside his father's desk, the open vault visible behind the painting he'd only partially replaced. The newcomer was Cassius, the lean, cold-eyed alpha from dinner, one of Tyrion's allies. I could ask you the same question, Draven said coolly. This is my father's private study. You have no business here. Your father sent me to retrieve a document he forgot to give me earlier. Cassius's gaze swept the room, noting the disturbed desk, the slightly askew painting. Interesting that I found you here instead. Going through his personal papers, perhaps? I was looking for a book. Draven gestured to the shelves lining one wall. My father has an extensive collection on military strategy. I wanted to review something before tomorrow's training session. At 2 a.m? I couldn't sleep. Draven moved away from the desk, putting himself between Cassius and the open vault. Now, what document did my father send you for? I'll help you find it. Cassius smiled, and it was the smile of a predator who'd cornered prey. Actually, I think I'll wait for Tyrion himself. There are some questions I'd like to ask him. About his son's late-night activities, for instance. Draven's jaw tightened. I've explained why I'm here. You've lied about why you're here, Cassius interrupted.
Badly.
Did you really think I would notice the vault standing open? The disturbed papers on the desk. He pulled a knife from his belt. The question is, what were you looking for? And who put you up to this? I watched through the curtains, clutching the stolen documents, every instinct screaming at me to run. But I couldn't leave Draven to face this alone. No one put me up to anything, Draven said, his voice dangerously calm. And you're making accusations you can't prove. Can't I? Cassius moved closer to the desk. Let's see what your father thinks when he sees his vault opened, his private papers disturbed, his son caught in the act of. I burst through the balcony doors. Both men spun toward me, startled. I let the documents fall from my hands, scattering across the floor, and dropped into a crouch, the posture of a terrified Omega caught somewhere she shouldn't be. Please, I gasped, injecting raw fear into my voice. Please don't tell the Alpha. Lord Draven caught me trying to steal. I was just looking for something to sell. I didn't mean any harm. What? Draven stared at me, his confusion genuine. Then understanding flashed across his face, and he played along.
You.
I should have known someone was in here when I arrived. Attempting to rob my father's study. Do you have any idea what he'll do to you? Cassius looked between us, his expression calculating. Convenient timing, this servant appearing just as I catch you with the vault open. Search her, Draven said coldly. You'll find nothing of value. She's an opportunistic thief, nothing more. Cassius grabbed my arm, hauling me upright with bruising force. He patted down my dress roughly, searching for hidden documents or valuables. Found nothing. I dropped everything when I entered. She's clean, Cassius admitted slowly, because she hadn't stolen anything yet. Draven moved to the scattered documents, gathering them with deliberate care. I arrived before she could take what she came for. The vault was already open when I got here. She must have picked the lock somehow.
It was a good lie.
Plausible. It explained the open vault, the disturbed papers, why we were both here. Cassius's grip on my arm tightened. Your father will want to question her personally. Attempted theft from an alpha is punishable by death. My father doesn't need to be disturbed over a failed robbery by a worthless omega. Draven's voice dripped with contempt, aimed at me, but I knew it was part of the act. I'll handle her punishment myself. You can verify with him tomorrow that appropriate action's taken. Cassius studied us both for a long moment. Then slowly he released my arm.
Very well.
But I want a full report of her punishment. And Draven. His cold eyes narrowed. If I find out you're lying about any of this, you'll share her fate. Understood. Cassius left, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. Neither Draven nor I moved until the sound faded completely. Then he crossed to the door, locked it, and turned to face me with an expression caught between fury and relief. That was incredibly stupid, he said. That was me saving your life. I shot back. You're welcome, by the way. I had the situation under control. He was about to call your father. In 5 minutes, this entire manor would have been awake, and we'd both be in chains. My voice rose despite my best efforts to stay quiet. I gave him a plausible explanation. A simple story he could accept without questioning the Alpha's precious heir. Draven ran a hand through his hair, frustration radiating off him. And now he thinks you're a thief. Which means my father will definitely hear about this, and you'll be lucky if you're only beaten for it. Better beaten than executed for treason. I bent to gather the scattered documents, my hands still shaking from adrenaline. We got what we came for. That's what matters. No, what matters is that we're now on borrowed time. Draven helped me collect the papers, his movement sharp. Cassius is suspicious. He'll be watching us both. We have to move faster than planned. How much faster? Tomorrow night, I'm taking these documents to someone who can help us. Someone outside my father's sphere of influence. He met my eyes. But I need you to do something while I'm gone. Something dangerous. More dangerous than what we just did. Much more. He pulled a final document from the pile, a letter sealed with red wax. During dinner, I overheard my father mention a shipment arriving tomorrow night. Something important enough that he's personally overseeing its delivery. I need you to find out what it is. I stared at the sealed letter. How am I supposed to do that? The shipment manifests are kept in the guardhouse near the eastern gate. If you can get in there tomorrow night while I'm gone, while most of the guards are with my father. He trailed off, letting me fill in the blanks. You want me to break into a building full of guards, steal documents, and get out without being caught? Alone. I know it's asking a lot. It's asking everything, I interrupted. But even as I said it, I knew I'd do it. Because we were past the point of caution now. Past the point of calculated risks. If I get caught, you won't. Draven gripped my shoulders, his gaze intense. You're smart, resourceful, and better at being invisible than anyone I've ever met. You can do this, Belindra. I know you can. His faith in me was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Fine, I said. But you owe me more than 500 marks after this. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. Name your price. When this is over, when your father falls and my mother's name is cleared, I want land. A place of my own where no one can ever tell me I don't belong. I held his gaze. I want a home, Draven. A real one. Can you give me that? Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, maybe, or recognition of just how much I was risking for this alliance. You'll have it. I swear on my life, Belindra. When this ends, you'll have a home. No one will ever make you feel like an outsider again. Then we have a deal. He released my shoulders, and I immediately felt the loss of warmth. We should go. Separately. You first. Take the servant stairs. I'll replace these documents and follow in 10 minutes. I gathered the evidence we'd stolen, wondering how I'd hide ledgers and maps in a servant's quarters. But that was a problem for later. Right now, I just needed to get out of the study before anyone else appeared. Draven, I said at the door. Your mother, I'm sorry. No child should lose their mother the way we did.
His jaw tightened.
Which is why we're going to make sure no one else does. My father's purge ends here. I slipped out into the dark corridor, my arms full of stolen secrets, my heart full of purpose that burned brighter than fear. Tomorrow night, while Draven was gone, I'd break into the guardhouse and discover what shipment was worth Alphatarian's personal attention. Tonight, I'd stolen proof that might bring down an empire. And somewhere in the space between those two impossible tasks, I was starting to realize that the Alpha's son was more than just an ally of convenience. He was becoming someone I trusted.
No.
I shut down that thought before it could fully form. Draven Ironfang was a means to an end. A tool for revenge. The fact that he was handsome and honorable and fighting the same battle didn't change anything. It couldn't change anything. Because the moment I started caring about him as more than an ally was the moment I became vulnerable. And vulnerability in the Alpha's house was a death sentence. I reached my room without incident, hid the documents under my mattress, and lay awake until dawn, replaying the night's events. We'd stolen evidence that could destroy Alphatarian. We'd nearly been caught. I'd saved Draven's life, and he'd promised me a home. And in 6 weeks, a war would begin unless we found a way to stop it. I pressed my hand to my chest, feeling my heart race beneath my palm. Somewhere in the manor, Draven was probably doing the same thing, lying awake, planning his next move, carrying the weight of impossible choices. We were in this together now. Partners. Conspirators. 2 wolves against an empire. The question was, would we survive long enough to see our enemy fall? Or would we become just 2 more names on Alphatarian's list of eliminated threats? Chapter 4. The Guardhouse. The guardhouse squatted at the eastern edge of the manor grounds like a stone sentinel. I approached it just after midnight, dressed in dark clothes borrowed from the laundry, a stable hands outfit that let me blend into the shadows. My heart hammered so loudly, I was certain the 2 guards posted at the entrance would hear it. But they were focused on their conversation, their voices carrying across the quiet night. Heard the shipments coming from the Blood Moon territories, one said. Must be important if the Alphas personally oversee delivery. Could be weapons. Or prisoners. The other guard shrugged. Either way, not our concern. We just keep watch. I circled around the building, staying low, searching for another entrance. The guardhouse was simple construction, stone walls, narrow windows, a single door at the front. But there had to be a weakness somewhere.
There.
A window on the side facing the forest, partially obscured by overgrown vines. It was small, barely large enough for a person to squeeze through, which meant the guards probably didn't consider it a security risk.
Perfect.
I waited until the guards' conversation lulled, then moved silently toward the window. The vines provided handholds, and I pulled myself up carefully, testing the window frame. Unlocked. Thank the moon goddess for lazy guards. I eased the window open, wincing at the faint creak of old hinges, and squeezed through the narrow opening. My shoulders scraped against the frame, but I managed to pull myself inside, landing in a crouch on the floor of what appeared to be a storage room. Moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating stacks of crates, spare uniforms hanging on hooks, and there, a desk pushed against the far wall. I moved toward it, my steps silent on the wooden floor. The desk was covered in papers, guard rotations, supply inventories, patrol reports. I shuffled through them quickly, searching for anything related to tonight's shipment. Nothing. Frustration clawed at me. Draven had said the manifests would be here. If I couldn't find them...
Wait.
The desk had a drawer.
Locked.
I pulled out the thin piece of metal I'd taken from the kitchen. Technically a meat skewer, but it would work for simple locks. I'd learned to pick locks during my years of wandering. A necessary skill for someone who often slept in places she wasn't supposed to be. The lock clicked open after several tense seconds. Inside the drawer, I found what I was looking for, a leather-bound ledger with shipment records embossed on the cover. I opened it, scanning entries by moonlight. Most were mundane food supplies, building materials, the usual goods needed to run a large packed territory. But the most recent entry, dated for tonight, made my blood run cold. Shipment from Blood Moon territory. Cargo, 47 units. Delivery location, East Wing Cellar. Payment, 15,000 marks. Note: handle with extreme caution. Units are unstable and may require sedation. Units. They were calling them units. But units of what? The phrasing, unstable, sedation, suggested something alive, something dangerous, or someone. My stomach turned as understanding dawned. 47 people. Tarion was buying 47 people from the Blood Moon territories.
But why?
I flipped back through the ledger, searching for previous shipments from Blood Moon. Found 3 more entries over the past 6 months, each listing between 30 and 50 units. Moon above. This had been going on for months. I needed to see what was in that cellar. Needed to know what Tarion was doing with all these people. But first, I had to get out of the guardhouse without being caught. I was returning the ledger to the drawer when I heard it. Footsteps in the corridor outside the storage room. Heavy boots. Getting closer. I froze, my hand still on the ledger. The door handle turned. No time to hide. No time to escape through the window. I did the only thing I could. I dropped to the floor and rolled under the desk, pressing myself into the small space just as the door opened. Could have sworn I heard something in here, a gruff voice said. Probably rats. This whole building's infested. Another guard, sounding bored. Check the window. Make sure it's secure. Footsteps crossed the room, heading directly toward my hiding spot. I held my breath, making myself as small as possible, praying the shadows under the desk were deep enough to conceal me. The guard stopped at the window, so close I could have reached out and touched his boots. Windows open, he said, surprise evident. I definitely closed this earlier. Wind, probably. Or like I said, rats. Rats don't open windows, Darius. Then what? You think we have intruders? A pause. Then, I'm checking the desk. My heart stopped. The guard's boots turned toward where I hid. Any second now, he'd bend down and see me. Game over. I'd be dragged to Alpha Tarion, questioned, probably tortured for information before being executed in the same square where my mother died. A bell clanged from outside. 3 sharp rings. That's the Alpha's signal, Darius said urgently. The shipment's arriving. We need to report to the East Gate now. But the window. Now, Fenric. You know what happens when the Alphas keep waiting. More footsteps, these ones retreating.
The door closed.
I waited in the suffocating darkness under the desk, counting my heartbeats, until I was certain they were gone. Then I crawled out, gasping for air like I'd been underwater. That was too close. I secured the window, replaced the ledger exactly as I'd found it, and climbed back out the way I'd come. The vines caught in my clothes, and I nearly fell twice, but I made it to the ground without breaking my neck. The eastern part of the manor grounds was alive with activity now. Guards moved with purpose toward the main gate, where torches blazed against the night. I could see a convoy of wagons rolling through the entrance, their cargo covered with heavy canvas tarps. The shipment had arrived. I needed to see what was under those tarps. Needed to understand what Tarion was doing with all these units. But approaching the convoy now would be suicide. Too many guards, too much attention focused on the delivery. The ledger had said the cargo was being taken to the East Wing cellar. If I could get there before they secured it, maybe I could see what these units actually were. I moved through the shadows, using the garden landscaping for cover, making my way toward the East Wing. The manor's layout was becoming familiar now. 3 days of working as a servant had taught me which corridors led where, which doors were usually unlocked, which times of day saw the heaviest foot traffic. The East Wing was typically restricted. Only senior pack members and trusted guards had access. But tonight, with everyone focused on the shipment, maybe I could slip in unnoticed. The East Wing entrance stood partially open, guards posted on either side but facing outward, watching for external threats rather than internal ones. I waited until a group of servants hurried past carrying linens, then fell into step behind them, head down, arms full of cleaning supplies I'd grabbed from a storage closet. Just another servant going about her duties. The guards barely glanced at us. I followed the servants until they turned down a different corridor, then broke away toward the stairs leading to the cellar. My pulse raced as I descended the stone steps, the air growing cooler and damper with each level. The cellar stretched beneath the manor in a maze of storage rooms and old foundations. I'd been down here once before, sent to retrieve preserved goods from the cold storage. But I'd never ventured into the deepest sections, the areas where guests weren't meant to go. That's where I headed now, following the sound of voices echoing through stone passages. Cells need to be reinforced before we put them in, someone was saying. The last batch nearly broke through the bars. The alpha said to use the silver restraints this time. That'll keep them docile. Cells. Silver restraints. They were talking about people like animals. I crept closer, staying in the shadows, until I could see into a large chamber lit by torches. The convoy wagons were there, their cargo being unloaded by guards. And the moon above, I wished I hadn't looked. The units were wolves, but not like any wolves I'd seen before. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural amber light, their movements jerky and wrong. They wore iron collars and were being led in chains towards cells lining the chamber walls. But it was their scent that made my stomach heave. They reeked of corruption, of something fundamentally twisted. What are they? I breathed, too shocked to stay completely silent. Ferals. I spun around to find Draven standing behind me, his expression grim. He must have returned from his errand early. What are you doing here? I hissed. Same thing you are. Investigating my father's secrets. He pulled me deeper into the shadows as more guards passed. Come on. We need to talk somewhere private. He led me through a side passage I hadn't known existed, up a narrow staircase, and into a small room that appeared to be some kind of old storage space. He lit a candle, and in its flickering light, I could see the tension in his face. Ferals, I repeated. What are ferals? Wolves who've been corrupted. It happens when someone is forced to shift too many times too quickly, or exposed to certain dark magics, or traumatized so severely their human side shatters. Draven's voice was tight. They lose their minds, become nothing but rage and hunger. They can't be saved, can't be reasoned with. Most packs put them down out of mercy. But your father is collecting them. 47 in this shipment alone. Over 150 total if the ledger entries you found are accurate. He ran a hand through his hair. The question is, why? The pieces clicked together in my mind with horrible clarity. The Eastern Territories. He's going to use them as weapons. Draven's expression confirmed my suspicion. Release 150 ferals into populated areas during the attack. They'd cause chaos, destruction, and force the defending packs to split their attention between two threats. By the time anyone realized what was happening, the territories would be overwhelmed. That's not warfare, I whispered. That's genocide. Yes. He met my eyes. And if we don't stop him, thousands will die. Not just the defending warriors, but civilians. Children. Everyone was caught in the path of those things. I thought about the ferals I'd just seen, the empty, glowing eyes, the wrongness of their movements. To weaponize that kind of suffering, to deliberately inflict it on innocent people. We have to free them, I said suddenly. The ferals. Put them out of their misery before your father can use them. That would alert him that someone knows about his plan. I don't care. My voice rose despite my efforts to stay quiet. We can't let those creatures be used as weapons. They were people once, Draven. Wolves with families and futures who had something terrible happen to them. They deserve mercy, not to be turned into instruments of mass murder. He studied me for a long moment. Then, you're right. What? You're right. They deserve better. He moved to the small window, looking out over the manor grounds. But if we free them now, we lose the element of surprise. My father will know someone is interfering with his plans. He'll accelerate his timeline, tighten security. We might not get another chance to stop him. So, we just leave them down there, suffering in those cells.
No.
Draven turned back to me, determination hardening his features. We use them to destroy him. Tomorrow night, During the territory leader's second meeting, we're going to release every single feral in that cellar and make sure everyone knows exactly who put them there. A chill ran down my spine. You want to expose your father by letting over 100 corrupted wolves loose in his own manner? I want to show every territory leader exactly what kind of monster they've allied themselves with. When they see those ferals, when they realize Tyrion was planning to use them as weapons, they'll have no choice but to withdraw their support. His storm-gray eyes blazed with conviction. It's risky, dangerous. People might get hurt, but it's the only way to stop this war before it starts. I thought about the feral side scene, imagining them running loose through the manor. The chaos, the terror, the violence. But I also thought about the alternative. Those same ferals released into the Eastern Territories villages, where families were sleeping peacefully, unaware that death was coming for them. We'll need a plan, I said slowly. The cellar is heavily guarded. The cells are reinforced. And we'll have to time it perfectly to catch all the territory leaders in one place. I know, which is why I'm going to need your help with every detail. Draven crossed to me, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating from his body. This is it, Belindra. Our one chance to stop my father and save thousands of lives. Are you with me? I thought about my mother, executed for a crime she didn't commit. About Draven's mother, killed by her own mate. About all the wolves who'd suffered under Alpha Tyrion's reign of cruelty. I'm with you, I said. Whatever it takes. He smiled, a real smile, not the careful mask he usually wore. Then let's burn this empire to the ground. We spent the next hour planning. Draven drew maps of the cellar layout from memory, marking guard positions and patrol routes. I contributed what I'd learned from my days working in the manor, including the servants' passages that could provide hidden access. The meeting is tomorrow night, Draven said, studying our rough plan. The territory leaders arrive at sundown. Dinner will be served in the main hall. That's when we strike. While they're all gathered in one place, you'll go to the cellar and open the feral cages. Me? Alone. I have to be at that dinner. If I'm absent, my father will be suspicious. But you, he met my eyes. You're just a servant. No one will miss you for an hour. You can slip away, do what needs to be done, and return before anyone notices. And how exactly do I open reinforced cells? Draven pulled a key from his pocket. Heavy iron, marked with the Iron Fong crest. Master key. Open every cell in the cellar. I borrowed it from my father's study. Earlier tonight, while you were in the guard house. He pressed the key into my palm. This is your way in. But Belindra, once you open those cages, there's no going back. The ferals will attack anything in their path. You'll have maybe 2 minutes to get clear before they reach the main floors. 2 minutes. To open over a dozen cages, avoid being killed by corrupted wolves, and escape the cellar. I can do it, I said, with more confidence than I felt. I know you can. His hand closed over mine, warm and steady. But promise me something. If things go wrong, if you get trapped down there, run. Don't try to be a hero. Just get out and save yourself. Same goes for you. If your father realizes what we've done, he won't have time to do anything about it. By the time he understands what's happening, every territory leader present will have seen his weapon cache. His allies will abandon him. The Luna Council will have no choice but to intervene. Draven's grip tightened. We're ending this tomorrow, Belindra. One way or another. I should have pulled my hand away. Should have maintained the professional distance between allies. Instead, I found myself stepping closer, drawn by something I didn't want to name. Draven, I said softly. If we survive this. When we survive this, he corrected. When we survive this, what happens to us? To this partnership? His thumb traced small circles on the back of my hand, and I wondered if he even realized he was doing it. That depends. Do you still hate me?
Did I?
3 days ago, the answer would have been a resounding yes. He was the alpha son, the boy who'd watched my mother die, the heir to everything I despised. But now, after stealing evidence together, after planning rebellion side by side, after seeing the pain in his eyes when he spoke of his own murdered mother, I don't know, I admitted. You're not who I thought you were. Neither are you. His free hand came up to brush a strand of hair from my face, the gesture achingly gentle. I thought I was buying a broken Omega who needed saving. But you're so much more than that, Belindra. You're fierce and clever and brave in ways I never expected. Draven. The door burst open. We sprang apart as Cassius stormed in, 3 guards at his back. His cold eyes swept the room, taking in our proximity, our clasped hands, the maps spread across the table. Well, he said, his voice dripping with false pleasantness. The Alpha Sun and the thieving Omega. How touching. My heart plummeted. We'd been so focused on planning tomorrow's rebellion that we'd forgotten about tonight's danger. Draven moved to put himself between Cassius and me, his posture radiating alpha authority. You're trespassing in a private area of the manor.
Leave. Now.
I don't think so. Cassius gestured to his guards. Seize them both. The guards hesitated. Attacking an alpha's heir was a serious offense. But Cassius's command held weight, and after a moment, they moved forward. Draven's eyes flashed gold. His wolf surged to the surface, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Touch her, and you die. All of you. The threat hung in the air, absolute and terrifying. But Cassius just smiled. Bold words. But you're outnumbered, and I have the Alpha's authorization to investigate suspicious activity. Your late-night meetings with this Omega definitely qualify. My personal affairs are none of your concern. Your personal affairs become my concern when they involve stolen documents and secret maps. Cassius picked up one of our planning papers. What's this? Guard rotations? Cellar layouts? Planning something, are we? Draven's jaw clenched, but he didn't answer. Cassius's smile widened. The Alpha will be very interested to hear about this. Very interesting indeed. Wait. I stepped forward before I could second-guess myself. I forced him to help me. Everyone turned to stare at me. I'm the thief, remember? I kept my voice steady despite the terror coursing through me. I stole from the Alpha study, got caught by Lord Draven. I convinced him to help me plan one more theft, the payroll in the guardhouse. Told him I'd split it with him if he provided inside information. He was just trying to catch me in the act. The lie flowed smoothly, building on the story we'd already established. Lord Draven is innocent. This is all me. Cassius studied me with those cold, calculating eyes. How noble. Protecting your lover. He's not my... Spare me. Cassius turned to his guards. Take her to the holding cells. The Alpha can decide her fate in the morning. As for you, he looked at Draven, your father will want to hear your explanation personally. The guards grabbed my arms, their grips bruising. I didn't fight. Didn't dare give them reason to escalate. Draven's expression was agonized. Belindra. It's fine, I said, meeting his eyes. Trying to communicate everything we couldn't say aloud. You have nothing to worry about. I'll tell the Alpha the truth, that this was all my doing. How touching, Cassius sneered. Take her away. The guards dragged me from the room. I caught one last glimpse of Draven's face, fury and helplessness warring in his expression, before the door closed between us. They hauled me through the manor, down stone stairs that seemed to go on forever, until we reached the same cellar where the ferals were kept. But they didn't take me to the cells housing those corrupted monsters. They took me to a different section. Smaller cells. Darker. These were for prisoners who were expected to talk. Or expected to die. The guards shoved me into a cell barely large enough to stand in. The door clanged shut with horrible finality. The Alpha will see you at dawn, one guard said. Pray he's in a merciful mood. Their footsteps faded. And I was alone in the dark, listening to the distant sounds of ferals growling in their cages, knowing that in a few hours, Alphatarian would come for me. The man who'd killed my mother would finally have her daughter in his grasp. And I'd just sacrificed our entire plan to protect Draven. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone wall, fighting tears. Tomorrow was supposed to be the day we destroyed Alphatarian's empire. Instead, it would probably be the day I died. But at least Draven would survive. At least he'd have a chance to continue the fight, even without me. I slid down to sit on the floor, the master key still hidden in my pocket, the key that could free every feral in the cellar. Maybe I couldn't execute our plan as intended. But if Tyrion came for me at dawn, if he decided to make an example of me,
well,
I'd make sure to take as many of his monsters with me as possible. Chapter 5. Dawn's Reckoning. The cell was freezing. I huddled in the corner, my thin servant's dress offering no warmth against the stone that seemed to leach heat from my very bones. Hours had passed, maybe 3, maybe 5. Time lost meaning in the dark. The feral's sounds had grown louder as night deepened. Snarls and howls that scraped against my nerves like claws on slate. They knew I was here, could probably smell my fear. I tried not to think about what would happen if I had to use the master key. If I opened those cages, I'd be signing my own death warrant along with everyone else's. But maybe that was fitting. Maybe dying while destroying Tyrion's weapon cache was the closest thing to justice I'd ever get. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. I stood, my legs cramped from sitting, and moved to the bars. Dawn light was beginning to filter through the high cellar windows, painting everything in shades of gray. The footsteps grew closer. Multiple people. Heavy boots. The deliberate pace of those who held power. Alpha Tyrion appeared first, flanked by 4 guards. He wore formal attire despite the early hour, perfectly pressed, immaculately groomed, every inch the civilized ruler. Only his eyes betrayed the predator beneath. Those pale gold eyes fixed on me with deadly focus. "Open it," he commanded. A guard unlocked my cell. The door swung open, but I didn't move. I wasn't sure my legs would hold me if I tried. Tyrion stepped inside, and the cell suddenly felt impossibly small. His presence was suffocating, ancient power barely contained in human skin. "Belindra," he said, my name cold on his tongue. "Do you know why I execute thieves publicly?" I kept my gaze lowered, every survival instinct screaming at me to show submission. "No, my lord. Because theft isn't just about stolen goods. It's about trust violated, order disrupted." He circled me slowly, like a wolf circling wounded prey. When someone steals from me, they're declaring that my authority means nothing, that I'm weak, unable to protect what's mine. "I understand, my lord. Do you?" He stopped directly in front of me. "Then you understand why I can't show mercy, even to someone as pathetic as you." His hand shot out, gripping my throat. Not enough to choke, but enough to make breathing difficult. Enough to remind me exactly how fragile I was compared to an alpha. "Cassius tells me you've been conspiring with my son," Tyrion said conversationally, as if he wasn't currently strangling me. "Planning to rob my guardhouse. Using your feminine wiles, I presume, to manipulate him into betraying his own pack." I couldn't speak with his hand on my throat, but my eyes must have conveyed something because he loosened his grip slightly. "That's not," I gasped. "Lord Draven caught me stealing. Was trying to apprehend me properly. I'm the only guilty party. Don't insult my intelligence." Tyrion's fingers tightened again. "I've been watching my son for years, girl. Waiting for him to show his true nature. And now, thanks to you, he has. Consorting with thieves. Meeting in secret. Plotting who knows what in the shadows." Terror lanced through me. He thought Draven was working against him. If he started investigating his son seriously, he'd find the evidence we'd stolen, the plans we'd made. Everything would unravel. "Please," I choked out. "It was all me. I seduced him. Manipulated him. He's innocent." "Innocent." Tyrion laughed, the sound devoid of humor. "My son stopped being innocent the day he was born into my bloodline. The question is whether he's loyal or traitorous. And you, little thief, are going to help me find out." He released my throat, and I collapsed to my knees, gasping. "Here's what's going to happen," Tyrion said, straightening his cuffs as if he hadn't just been strangling a helpless Omega. "You're going to continue your little relationship with Draven. Meet with him. Let him confide in you. And you're going to report everything he says directly to me." I stared up at him in horror. "You want me to spy on your own son?" "I want to know if my heir is plotting against me. If he's been corrupted by soft-hearted idealism, if he needs to be replaced. Those cold eyes bored into mine. And if you refuse, I'll have you executed within the hour. Publicly. Painfully. Make an example that will remind everyone what happens to thieves in my territory. The choice was no choice at all. Agree and betray Draven, or refuse and die. But there was a third option. One that was forming in my mind even as Tyrion waited for my answer. I'll do it, I whispered. Excellent. Tyrion smiled, and it was the most terrifying expression I'd ever seen. Cassius will be your handler. You'll report to him daily. And Belindra? He crouched down, bringing his face level with mine. If I suspect for even a moment that you're lying to me, that you're protecting my son instead of exposing him, I'll kill you both. Slowly. Do we understand each other? Yes, my lord. Good. He stood, already dismissing me from his attention. Release her. And get her cleaned up. She looks like something the Ferals would reject. The guard hauled me to my feet and dragged me from the cell. As we passed the cages holding the corrupted wolves, I felt their eyes tracking my movement. Hungry. Waiting. Soon, I promised them silently. Soon you'll be free. One way or another. They took me to the servants' bathhouse and gave me 10 minutes to wash. I scrubbed the cell's filth from my skin mechanically, my mind racing. Tyrion wanted me to spy on Draven, report his activities, expose any plots against the Alpha, which meant I had access to both sides now. I could feed Tyrion false information while continuing to work with Draven on the real plan. But it also meant I was walking on a razor's edge. One slip, one inconsistency in my reports, and Tyrion would kill us both. I dried off and dressed in a fresh servant's uniform, my hands steadier now that I had a plan. The master key was still hidden in my pocket. I'd managed to keep it concealed during the search. As long as I had that key, we still had a chance. Mireia was waiting when I emerged from the bathhouse, her expression worried. Are you all right? She asked quietly. Everyone's talking about how you were arrested last night. I'm fine. I forced a smile. Just a misunderstanding. The Alpha's already forgiven me. Forgive you? For attempted theft. Mireia's eyes widened. That's unusual. I know. I lowered my voice. But I have information he wants. So, he's letting me live in exchange for cooperation. Understanding dawned on Mireia's face. He wants you to spy on someone. I nodded. Might as well use the truth when it served my purposes. Lord Draven. The Alpha suspects his son of disloyalty. Wants me to get close to him. Report anything suspicious. That's dangerous, Belindra. If Lord Draven discovers you're spying on him, he won't. I gripped her arm. Mireia, I need your help. Can you get a message to Lord Draven? Tell him I need to speak with him privately. Today, before tonight's dinner. She hesitated. If the Alpha finds out I'm helping you coordinate secret meetings. He won't. Please. This is important. Mireia studied my face for a long moment. Then she sighed. There's a storage room on the 3rd floor. East wing, near the old library. It's rarely used. I'll tell Lord Draven to meet you there at noon. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. If this goes wrong, we're all dead. She squeezed my hand. Be careful, Belindra. Whatever game you're playing, make sure you're not the one who gets played. I returned to my duties in the kitchen, moving through the morning routine while my mind worked through scenarios and contingencies. Varia gave me suspicious looks but didn't question my return, probably because Tyrion had made it clear I was now under his protection. Protected by the man who'd murdered my mother. The irony would have been funny if it wasn't so horrifying. At noon, I slipped away from the kitchen and made my way to the 3rd floor. The storage room was exactly where Mireia had described, a dusty space filled with old furniture and forgotten belongings. Draven was already there, pacing like a caged wolf. He spun around when I entered, relief and fury warring on his face. Are you insane? He demanded. Taking the blame for everything? Do you have any idea what my father could have done to you? I know exactly what he could have done. I closed the door behind me. But I'm alive, which means the plan worked. The plan was not for you to get arrested. The plan was to stop your father from starting a war. I'm still committed to that plan. I pulled the master key from my pocket and held it up. And I still have this. Draven stared at the key, then at me. How did you? They searched you, I saw them. I'm good at hiding things. I pocketed the key again. We need to talk. Your father thinks I'm spying on you now. That stopped him cold. What? I explained quickly, Tyrion's suspicions, his demand that I report on Draven's activities, the threat hanging over both our heads. When I finished, Draven was silent for a long moment. Then he's testing me, seeing if I'll confide in you, reveal any plans against him.
Exactly.
Which means we can use this. I moved closer, keeping my voice low. I'll report back to him, but I'll only tell him things that make you look loyal, dutiful, the perfect heir who would never betray his father. And meanwhile, will we continue with tonight's plan?
Yes.
But we have to be more careful. No more secret meetings after this one. No suspicious behavior. As far as anyone knows, I'm your father's spy, and you're the obedient son. Draven's jaw tightened. I hate this. Using you as bait, putting you in more danger. I was already in danger the moment I sat on that auction block. I held his gaze. This doesn't change anything except giving us better cover. Your father thinks he's controlled the situation, but he's actually given us exactly what we need, access to both sides of the game. You're too good at this, Draven said quietly. Lying, manipulating, playing multiple angles at once. I've had years of practice surviving. I didn't bother hiding the bitterness. You learn to be whoever people need you to be when your life depends on it. Something in my voice made him step closer. His hand came up to cup my cheek, the gesture achingly gentle. You shouldn't have had to learn that. No one should. The touch sent heat through me that had nothing to do with fear or survival instinct. I should pull away. Should maintain the professional distance between allies. But I was so tired of being alone. So tired of being strong. Draven, I whispered. If tonight goes wrong. It won't. But if it does, I force myself to continue. I need you to know that these past few days, working with you, having someone actually see me, it's meant more than you realize. His thumb traced my cheekbone. I see you, Belindra. Not the servant, not the spy, not the broken Omega everyone else thinks you are. I see the warrior underneath. The survivor. The woman who's brave enough to walk into hell because it's the right thing to do. That's not bravery. That's just stubbornness. It's both. He smiled, and it transformed his face from coldly handsome to breathtaking. And it's magnificent. We were standing too close now. I could feel his warmth, smell pine and steel, and something uniquely him. His eyes had darkened to storm gray, and I recognized the look in them because I felt the same thing. This pull between us wasn't just about the mission anymore. It wasn't just about convenience or strategy. It was real, dangerous, completely inadvisable. I should step back. Should remember that he was the alpha son, that I was using him for revenge, that feelings would only complicate everything. Instead, I rose on my toes and kissed him. For a heartbeat, he went still, shocked. Then his arms wrapped around me, pulling me closer, and he kissed me back with an intensity that stole my breath. It wasn't gentle, wasn't careful or calculated. It was a raw need and desperate connection, and the acknowledgement of everything we'd been dancing around for days. His hand tangled in my hair. My fingers gripped his shirt like he was the only solid thing in a tilting world. The kiss deepened, became something that felt like drowning and breathing at the same time. When we finally broke apart, both gasping, Draven rested his forehead against mine. That was, he started. A mistake, I finished, even though every part of me screamed that it was anything but. The worst possible timing, he agreed. We should forget it happened. Absolutely. Neither of us moved. Belindra, he said softly. When this is over. A knock on the door made us spring apart. Lord Draven. Cassius's voice. The Alpha requests your presence. Immediately. Draven's expression shuddered back to careful neutrality. I'll be right there. He looked at me, and in his eyes I saw everything we couldn't say. Then he straightened his clothes, composed himself, and walked to the door. Before opening it, he turned back one last time. Tonight. Everything changes tonight. I know. Be safe, Belindra. Whatever happens, survive this. Promise me. I promise. You too. He smiled, sad and fierce and determined all at once. Then he opened the door and stepped into the corridor, becoming once again the Alpha's dutiful son. I waited 5 minutes before following, giving us time to separate, to maintain the illusion. When I emerged, Cassius was waiting. Convenient, he said, his cold eyes knowing. Finding you both in the same place. I was looking for cleaning supplies, I said. Lord Draven happened to be retrieving a book from nearby. We barely spoke. Of course. Cassius didn't believe me. That much was clear. The Alpha wants your first report. Tonight, after dinner. You'll tell him everything you've observed about his son's behavior. There's nothing to report. Lord Draven has been completely loyal. Let the Alpha decide that. Cassius moved closer, invading my space. And a word of advice, girl. Don't think you're clever, because you've survived this long. The Alpha has broken stronger wolves than you. If he suspects you're playing him, your death will make your mother's execution look merciful. The mention of my mother made rage flash hot in my chest, but I forced it down. Keep my expression neutral. Submissive. I understand, I said quietly. Good. Cassius turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. The ferals in the cellar have been particularly agitated today, throwing themselves against the bars, almost like they sensed something coming. He looked back at me. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? No, my lord. I've been in the kitchen all morning. He studied me for a moment longer, then walked away. I waited until his footsteps faded before allowing myself to breathe. He suspected something. Maybe not the full extent of our plan, but enough to be dangerous. We'd have to be more careful than ever tonight. I made my way back to the kitchen, my lips still tingling from Draven's kiss, the master key heavy in my pocket. Tonight, 7 territory leaders would gather in Tyrion's dining room. Tonight, I would descend to the cellar and free over 100 ferals. Tonight, we would expose Alpha Tyrion's monstrous plans and watch his empire crumble. Or we would die trying. The afternoon passed in a blur of preparation. The kitchen staff worked frantically to prepare the elaborate dinner. Varia barked orders like a general commanding troops. I helped where needed, keeping my head down, playing the role of obedient servant. But my mind was elsewhere, running through the plan step by step, calculating timing, preparing for everything that could go wrong. As sunset approached, the territory leaders began arriving. I caught glimpses of them through the kitchen doorway, powerful alphas from across the region, each one complicit in Tyrion's plans for conquest, each one about to get a very nasty surprise. Belindra, Varia called. You'll be serving wine tonight. Don't spill, don't speak unless spoken to, and for the moon's sake, don't draw attention to yourself. Yes, ma'am. She handed me a silver pitcher, its weight substantial in my hands. I carried it to the dining room, where the table was already set with impossible opulence. Crystal and silver and fine china that probably cost more than I'd earn in 10 lifetimes. The territory leaders were taking their seats. Tyrion at the head of the table. Draven to his right, the dutiful heir. And 7 alphas who'd signed onto genocide without a second thought. I moved through the room like a ghost, filling glasses, being invisible. Nobody looked at me. I was just another servant. Furniture with a pulse. Perfect. Dinner began. Courses came and went. The alphas talked and laughed, discussing their plans like they were organizing a hunting party instead of mass murder. I waited, watched, counted minutes. Finally, as dessert was being served, I caught Draven's eye across the room. He gave the slightest nod. It was time. I set down the wine pitcher and slipped from the dining room. No one noticed. No one cared. I made my way through servants' corridors to the cellar stairs. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. This was it. The point of no return. I descended into darkness, the feral sounds growing louder with each step. They could sense me coming, could probably smell the fear and determination rolling off me in waves. The cellar opened before me, rows of cells, each containing a corrupted wolf with glowing amber eyes. Over 100 of them, all waiting, all hungry. I pulled out the master key, my hand shaking. "I'm sorry," I whispered to them. "Sorry for what was done to you. Sorry you were used like weapons. This isn't mercy, but it's the closest I can give you." I inserted the key into the first cell. I turned it in. The lock clicked open. The feral inside lunged. Chapter 6. When Monsters Break Free. The feral hit the cell door with such force that it flew open, slamming into the stone wall. I stumbled backward, barely avoiding its snapping jaws. The creature, once a wolf, once a person, fixed those glowing amber eyes on me with mindless hunger. For a heartbeat, we stared at each other. Then I ran. The feral's howl echoed through the cellar, a sound that spoke of madness and rage. Behind me, I heard it give chase, its claws scraping stone as it pursued. But I wasn't done yet. I reached the second cell, jammed the key in the lock, twisted. The door swung open. Another feral burst free, immediately engaging with the first one. They turned on each other with savage fury, too corrupted to distinguish friend from foe. Third cell.
Fourth. Fifth.
I moved down the row like a woman possessed, unlocking cage after cage, releasing horror after horror. The cellar descended into chaos, ferals attacking each other, attacking the walls, their collective howls rising to a deafening crescendo. My 2-minute window was rapidly closing. 10th cell. 11th. 12th. A feral lunged at me from the side. I dropped and rolled, its claws missing my head by inches. Scrambled to my feet and kept moving. 13th. 14th. 15th. The key slipped in my sweaty grip. I nearly dropped it, caught it at the last second. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get it in the lock. Behind me, the released ferals were beginning to move as a pack, their corrupted minds somehow finding unity in destruction. They were heading for the stairs, heading for the upper floors, heading for the dinner party. 16th cell. Last one. I opened it and stepped back as the final feral charged past me, joining its twisted brethren. Then I ran. The servants' passage I'd scouted days earlier was hidden behind a false stone panel. I threw myself through it just as 3 ferals rounded the corner, their eyes locked on me. The panel slid shut. Stone scraped against stone, sealing the passage. On the other side, I heard claws scrabbling against the barrier, frustrated snarls as they realized their prey had escaped. But they wouldn't stay here long. They'd follow the scent of living wolves upward, into the manor proper, into the heart of Alpha Tarian's power. I leaned against the passage wall, gasping for breath, my whole body trembling with adrenaline. I'd done it. Released every single feral. There was no going back now. The passage led upward through the manor's walls, a secret route the original builders had installed for emergencies. I climbed the narrow stairs, following the sounds of chaos erupting above. Screams. Crashes. The distinctive snarls of ferals encountering their first victims. I emerged on the second floor, near the servants' quarters. The corridor was empty, but I could hear running footsteps, shouts of alarm, the beginning of total panic. I needed to get to the dining room. I needed to see how Draven was handling this, whether our plan was working. But first, I had to make sure none of the household staff, the innocent servants who'd shown me kindness, were caught in the crossfire. Mireia. I burst into the servants' common room, where several staff members were huddled in confusion. Everyone needs to get out.
Now.
Go to the stables, barricade yourselves in. Don't come back inside until dawn. Mireia grabbed my arm. What's happening? Those sounds. The Alpha's weapons got loose. Just trust me. Get everyone out. To her credit, she didn't ask more questions. She immediately started organizing the other servants, herding them toward the exterior doors. Varia appeared, her face pale. The ferals. Someone released the ferals. I know. I met her eyes. Get your people to safety. That's all that matters now. She stared at me for a long moment. Then, understanding dawned. It was you. You did this. Will you turn me in? Varia was silent for 3 heartbeats. Then, no. Whatever that monster upstairs was planning to do with those creatures, he deserved this. She gripped my shoulder. But you should run, girl. Get as far from here as possible before Tyrion realizes what you've done. I can't. Not yet. I pulled free. There's something I have to see through first. I left before she could argue, racing through corridors that were rapidly descending into pandemonium. Guards ran past, weapons drawn. Screams echoed from multiple directions. The ferals had spread throughout the manor with terrifying speed. The dining room doors were closed when I reached them, but I could hear chaos inside. I pressed my ear against the wood, listening. Contained in the cellar? Tyrion's voice, sharp with fury. How did they escape? Someone must have released them deliberately. Cassius. The question is who? Find out. Kill anyone suspicious. And for Moon's sake, get those beasts back in their cages before. A window shattered. Glass exploded inward. A feral launched itself through the opening, landing in the center of the dining table. The territory leaders erupted into chaos. Chairs overturned. Alphas scrambled backward. Some shifted immediately, their wolves emerging to face the threat. But more ferals were pouring through the broken window, and through the dining room doors, which burst open as a pack of corrupted wolves forced their way inside. I pressed myself against the wall beside the doorway, hidden but able to see inside. It was carnage. The ferals attacked indiscriminately. An alpha from the Western Territories went down under 3 of them, his screams cut short. Another tried to fight back in wolf form, but was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Tyrion had shifted, a massive black wolf with those same pale gold eyes. He was holding his own, his alpha power evident in every movement. But even he was struggling against the onslaught. And Draven. I found him near the far wall, still in human form, protecting a wounded guard. His eyes met mine across the chaos, and I saw relief flash across his face. Then Cassius grabbed me from behind. I knew it, he snarled in my ear. I knew you were playing us. You released them, didn't you? You little traitor. I drove my elbow into his ribs. He grunted but didn't release me, his grip tightening painfully on my arms. Let her go. Draven's voice cut through the chaos, cold as winter ice. Cassius dragged me backward, using me as a shield. Your pet Omega just destroyed everything, released the Alpha's weapons, endangered everyone in this manner. I said let her go. Draven advanced, and there was something in his expression that made even Cassius hesitate. Something dangerous. Primal. You knew, Cassius breathed. Moon above, you were part of this. You helped her. I orchestrated it, Draven corrected. She just executed the plan.
Now.
Last chance. Release her. Cassius's laugh was bitter. Your father was right to suspect you. You're a traitor.
Weak.
Just like you're. He never finished the sentence. Draven moved faster than I'd ever seen him move. One moment he was 10 feet away, the next his hand was around Cassius's throat, slamming the Alpha backward into the wall with bone-cracking force. Don't, Draven said softly, ever speak of my mother. Cassius clawed at Draven's grip, his face turning purple. I stumbled free, gasping. In the dining room, the battle was turning. The territory leaders were fighting back now, coordinating their efforts. Ferals were falling, but so were wolves. Blood painted the elegant walls. The beautiful table was shattered. And through it all, Alpha Tyrion fought with terrifying efficiency, his black wolf form cutting through ferals like they were nothing. Then his eyes found mine. Even in wolf form, I recognized the moment he understood. Recognized the fury and betrayal that blazed in those pale gold eyes. He knew. He knew I'd done this. And he was coming for me. Tyrion shifted mid-leap, returning to human form as he landed in front of me. His hand closed around my throat, lifting me off the ground with casual strength. You, he snarled.
This was you.
I couldn't breathe.
Couldn't speak.
Could only stare into the eyes of my mother's killer as he slowly crushed my windpipe. Father, stop. Draven's voice. She was following my orders. I don't care whose orders she followed. Tyrion's grip tightened. Black spots danced across my vision.
She dies.
Right here. Right now. And then I'm going to kill every single person who helped her. Something massive slammed into Tyrion from the side. The alpha went flying, his grip on my throat breaking. I collapsed, gasping for air. When I could see clearly again, I found the largest feral I'd ever seen standing between Tyrion and me. It was easily twice the size of the others, its amber eyes burning with an intelligence that didn't belong in a corrupted wolf. And it was protecting me. Impossible, Tyrion breathed, climbing to his feet. Ferals don't protect anyone. They're mindless. The massive feral snarled at him, a warning that needed no translation. Then it turned its head and looked at me. Really looked at me. And in those glowing eyes, I saw something that made my heart stop. Recognition. Mama? I whispered. The feral, my mother, turned back to face Tyrion. Her snarl deepened, promising violence and vengeance 15 years in the making. Meryn Thorne, Tyrion said slowly. But you're supposed to be dead. I executed you myself. My mother lunged. What happened next was brutal. Primal. 2 alphas, one corrupted, one not, locked in combat that shook the room. Tyrion tried to shift, but my mother was faster. Her jaws closed around his shoulder, ripping through flesh and muscle. He screamed. Around us, the other ferals had been subdued or killed. The territory leaders were gathering themselves, staring in horror at the carnage. At the proof of what Tyrion had been planning. At the alpha being torn apart by one of his own victims. Stop her. Tyrion shrieked. Someone stop her. But no one moved. Whether from shock or secret satisfaction, not a single wolf came to his aid. My mother's jaws found Tyrion's throat. Their eyes met, predator and prey, murderer and victim. And she bit down. Blood sprayed across the ruined dining room. Tyrion made a horrible gurgling sound, his hands scrabbling uselessly at my mother's feral form. Then he went still. Alpha Tyrion Ironfang, ruler of Shadowmere, architect of genocide, was dead. Killed by the woman he'd framed for treason 15 years ago. My mother released his body, letting it slump to the floor. Then she turned to face me, blood dripping from her muzzle. I should have been terrified. She was a feral, corrupted, dangerous, driven by instinct rather than reason. But all I saw was my mother. Mama. I whispered again, tears streaming down my face. You're alive. You're. She took a step toward me. Then another. Moving slowly, carefully, like she was afraid of frightening me. I didn't move. Didn't run. Just stood there as my feral mother approached, her amber eyes fixed on my face. She stopped inches away, lowered her massive head, and very gently pressed her muzzle against my hand. The touch was warm, solid,
Real.
My mother was alive. Corrupted, yes. Transformed into something barely recognizable, yes. But alive.
How?
I managed. Tyrion said, he executed you. He did. Draven's voice. He'd moved closer, keeping a careful distance from my mother. Or he thought he did. But the execution records in his vault show something different. She was taken to the Blood Moon territories immediately after her death. Sold to them as a test subject for their corruption experiments. Horror washed over me. He turned her into a feral. Deliberately. And kept her alive all these years. Probably as insurance. If you ever appeared, he could use her against you. Draven's expression was grim. But he didn't count on a mother's love being stronger than corruption. I looked at my mother, really looked at her. Saw the way she held herself, the intelligence flickering behind the amber glow. She wasn't completely gone. Some part of her was still in there, still fighting the corruption. Still protecting her daughter. Can she be saved? I asked desperately. Is there a cure? I don't know. Draven moved closer, studying my mother carefully. Ferals are supposed to be beyond saving. But she's not acting like a normal feral. She's too aware, too controlled. Maybe if we could find the right healer. We'll find one. I wrapped my arms around my mother's massive neck, burying my face in her blood-stained fur. We'll find a way to fix this. I promise. She made a sound, not quite a whine, not quite a growl. Something that might have been an agreement. Around us, the territory leaders were recovering from their shock. One of them, an older alpha with gray streaking his hair, stepped forward. "What have you done?" he demanded, staring at Tyrion's body. "You've murdered an alpha, destroyed a territory's leadership, unleashed corruption throughout the manor." "I exposed a monster," Draven said coldly. "My father was planning to use these ferals as weapons. Was going to release them into your territories, into civilian populations, to soften your defenses before his invasion. Every single one of you allied with him knowing he was planning genocide." The alphas exchanged glances. Guilt and calculation are warring on their faces. "You have no proof of that," another said. "Actually, we have extensive proof." I pulled away from my mother, facing them with as much dignity as I could muster. Ledgers. Correspondence. Maps marked with attack points. Everything documenting your conspiracy to murder thousands of innocent wolves. That evidence could be fabricated. It's in Tyrion's own handwriting. Draven pulled documents from his coat, the ones we'd stolen from the vault. Every territory leader in this room is implicated. Unless you'd like me to share this with the Luna Council, I'm sure they'd be very interested in your plans. Silence. Heavy and threatening. Then the gray-haired alpha spoke. "What do you want?" "Simple," Draven said. "You withdraw all support for the Eastern Territory campaign. You return to your lands and forget this alliance ever existed. And you never speak of what happened here tonight. And if we refuse, then I expose everything. The Luna Council will strip your territories. You'll be executed for conspiracy to commit genocide. Your families will bear the shame for generations." Draven's voice was steel. "Or you can walk away right now, alive and with your secrets intact. Your choice." The alphas looked at each other, at Tyrion's body, at the ferals, most dead now, but a few still moving in the corners of the room, at my mother, who stood beside me like a guardian, her amber eyes promising violence if anyone threatened me. "We agreed to your terms," the gray-haired alpha finally said. "The alliance is dissolved." One by one, the others nodded. They'd betrayed Tyrion faster than they'd allied with him, proof that loyalty meant nothing to wolves who measured everything in power. "Good." Draven gestured to the door. "Then leave.
Now.
Before I change my mind about letting you walk out of here." They fled. Powerful alphas reduced to scared wolves, scrambling over each other in their haste to escape. When the last one had gone, the dining room fell silent except for the distant sounds of guards securing the remaining ferals. Draven, my mother, and I stood amid the carnage, the shattered remains of an empire built on cruelty and corruption. "It's over," I said quietly. "It's actually over." Not quite. Draven moved to Tyrion's body, staring down at his father with an expression I couldn't read. "There are still loose ends to tie up. The pack needs a new alpha. The territory needs stabilizing. And we need to figure out what to do about." He trailed off, looking at my mother. "Her name is Marin," I said firmly. "And she's not a thing to be dealt with. She's my mother." "I know." Draven's voice was gentle. "But Belindra, we have to be realistic. She killed an alpha. In front of witnesses. The Luna Council will demand she be put down."
"No."
I moved between him and my mother, protective. "I won't let anyone hurt her. She saved my life. She ended the wolf who destroyed so many others. If the council wants her dead, they'll have to go through me." Draven studied me for a long moment. Then he smiled, tired but genuine. "I was hoping you'd say that, because I have an idea, but it's going to require you to trust me completely. Haven't I proven I trust you by now?" "Fair point." He extended his hand. "Then let's finish what we started. Together." I took his hand, his grip warm and solid and reassuring. Behind me, my mother made that sound again, the one that might have been approved. And for the first time in 15 years, I felt something I'd thought was lost forever. Hope. Chapter 7. The Price of Victory. The Luna Council arrived 3 days after Tyrion's death. I watched from the manor's upper windows as their caravan rolled through the gates, 5 sleek black carriages bearing the crescent moon insignia. 5 council members who held the power to legitimize Draven's claim to leadership, or condemn us all for treason. Nervous, Draven's voice came from behind me. I turned to find him dressed in formal alpha attire, black leather and silver embroidery, every inch the powerful leader. But I could see the tension in his shoulders, the tightness around his eyes. Terrified, I admitted. They could decide you murdered your father unlawfully, that I'm a criminal who needs to be executed, that my mother won't happen. He moved to stand beside me, our shoulders nearly touching. I've prepared everything. Evidence, testimonies, documentation. They'll see that what we did was necessary. And if they don't, Draven's jaw tightened. Then we fight. But it won't come to that. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that justice would prevail, that the truth would be enough. But I'd learned long ago that the powerful rarely cared about truth when it threatened their order. "Where's my mother?" I asked quietly. "Safe. Hidden in the old wine cellar with guards I trust." Draven's hand found mine, squeezing gently. "No one knows she's here except us, and a handful of loyal wolves. As far as the council knows, she died with the other ferals during the attack." The lie sat heavy in my chest. My mother had survived 15 years of corruption and experimentation, had recognized me despite the madness, had killed Tyrion to protect me, and now we had to hide her like a shameful secret. "I hate this," I whispered. "I know, but it's temporary. Once I'm confirmed as Alpha, once the territory is stable, we'll find a way to help her. I promise." A knock on the door interrupted us. Veria entered, her expression carefully neutral. "The council is requesting an audience. They're waiting in the main hall." Draven straightened, his hand slipping from mine. The gentle man disappeared, replaced by the alpha heir. "Tell them I'll be there shortly. And Veria? Make sure Belindra is present as well." The housekeeper's eyebrows rose. "You want a servant at the council meeting?" "She's not a servant anymore. She's a witness to my father's crimes. The council will want to hear her testimony." His storm-gray eyes met mine. "If you're willing." Was I willing to stand before the most powerful wolves in the region and recount everything? To expose myself to their judgment and scrutiny? I thought of my mother in that cellar, of the wolves who died because of Tyrion's ambitions, of the war we'd prevented. "I'm willing," I said. The main hall had been restored since the attack. The blood cleaned, the broken furniture replaced, the shattered windows repaired. You'd never know that 3 days ago, this room had been a battleground. The Luna Council sat at a long table positioned where Tyrion's dining table had once been. 5 wolves, 3 women, 2 men, each representing a different region of the territories. Each wielding enough power to make or break alphas. Council leader Thessa sat at the center. She was perhaps 60, with silver hair braided into an intricate crown and eyes that missed nothing. Her presence filled the room with quiet authority. Draven stood before them, and I stood slightly behind him. My servant's uniform had been replaced with simple but clean clothing, gray dress, white collar, nothing that would draw attention but enough to signal I wasn't there as staff. "Lord Draven Ironfang," Thessa began, her voice carrying easily through the hall. "We've reviewed the initial reports of your father's death. The circumstances are troubling." "I imagine they are," Draven said calmly. "But I believe once you hear the full account, you'll understand why drastic action was necessary." "Patricide is always drastic, Lord Draven." Another council member, a severe-looking man named Eldrick, leaned forward. "You'll need substantial justification for killing your own father." "I didn't kill him. A feral did." Draven gestured to me. "But I orchestrated the events that led to his death. And I take full responsibility for those actions." Thessa's gaze shifted to me, assessing. "And who is this?" Belindra Thorne, daughter of Marin Thorne, who my father executed 15 years ago on false charges of treason. Draven's voice was steady. She's been instrumental in exposing my father's crimes. Her testimony will corroborate everything I'm about to tell you. A servant's testimony? Eldrick scoffed. Hardly reliable. She's not a servant, Draven interrupted, his alpha command making even the council member pause. She's a wolf who survived years of hardship to seek justice for her murdered mother. And she's my betrothed. The room went silent. I stared at Draven's back, shock rendering me speechless. His betrothed? We'd never discussed, he'd never mentioned. Thessa's expression sharpened with interest. Your betrothed? This is quite sudden, Lord Draven. Your father made no mention of an engagement. My father didn't know. Draven turned slightly, meeting my eyes with an intensity that stole my breath. I claimed Belindra as my mate 3 days ago, in the moments after his death. The bond is recognized by Moon Law, a fated match that supersedes political arrangements. He was lying. We hadn't completed a mating bond. Hadn't even discussed the possibility beyond that one stolen kiss in the storage room. But I understood what he was doing. A betrothed had legal standing, could testify without question, would be protected by his status as alpha heir. He was using the law to shield me. I see. Thessa studied us both. And does Lady Belindra confirm this claim? Every eye in the room turned to me. This was my choice. I could deny it, tell the truth, maintain whatever honor came from honesty. But that would leave me vulnerable, without protection, subject to whatever judgment the council deemed appropriate for my role in Tyrion's death. Or I could lie.
Claim a bond that didn't exist.
Accept protection I hadn't earned. For my mother's sake, if not my own. Yes, I said clearly. Lord Draven is my intended mate. Our bond was formed in the aftermath of Alpha Tyrion's crimes being exposed. Draven's relief was subtle, but visible. His hand moved to rest on the small of my back, a gesture of support that looked like possessive affection to outside eyes. Very well, Thessa said. Then let us hear this testimony. Start from the beginning. Leave nothing out. So, we told them everything. Draven began with his years of suspicion, his gradual discovery of his father's corruption, the evidence he'd gathered in secret. His mother's execution had been disguised as illness. I continued with my own story. My mother's false execution. My years of wandering. The auction where Draven had purchased my freedom. Together, we described our alliance. The stolen documents from Tyrion's vault. The shipment records showing feral purchases. The dinner party where territory leaders had plotted genocide. And finally, the choice to release the ferals. To expose Tyrion's weapons. To force the conspiracy into the light where it couldn't be ignored. The other alphas fled. Draven finished. They abandoned my father the moment they realized their plans had been exposed. Their cowardice is its own testimony to their guilt. Thessa was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, you're asking us to believe that Alpha Tyrion, a respected leader for 3 decades, was secretly planning mass murder. That he framed innocent wolves for treason, including your own mother. That he purchased and weaponized over 100 ferals with intent to release them on civilian populations. Yes, Draven said simply. And your evidence for these extraordinary claims? Draven produced the documents we'd stolen. Ledgers showing feral purchases. Letters between Tyrion and the territory leaders. Maps marked with attack coordinates. Financial records proving payments for manufactured evidence. He laid it all on the table before the council. Every piece of proof we'd risked our lives to obtain. Thessa examined each document carefully, passing them to the other council members for review. Minutes stretched like hours as they read, their expressions growing darker with each revelation. Finally, Eldrick looked up. This is damning, if authentic. It's authentic, Draven said. Everything is in my father's handwriting or bears his personal seal. You can verify it against any official Ironfang documents. Even if this evidence is genuine, another council member, a woman named Aurelia, spoke up, Your methods were extreme. Releasing ferals into a populated manor? People died, Lord Draven. Innocent guards and servants caught in the chaos. Guilt flashed across Draven's face. I know. 3 guards and 1 servant lost their lives that night. I take full responsibility for those deaths. But I calculated that 3 deaths were preferable to the thousands who would have died if my father's war had proceeded. A cold calculation, Aurelia observed. A necessary one. Draven held her gaze. And before you condemn me for it, ask yourselves, what would you have done? If you discovered a plot to commit genocide, had proof but no legal recourse because the perpetrator controlled the local government and had council members in his pocket, what action would you have taken? Thessa's expression flickered. You're suggesting council corruption? I'm stating facts from my father's own records. Draven pointed to a specific document. 3 council members received substantial payments from Alpha Tarian over the past 5 years. Payments that coincided with favorable rulings on territorial disputes. I don't know which 3. The records use code names, but corruption exists. The council members looked at each other, distrust suddenly thick in the air. That's a serious accusation, Eldrick said carefully. One that requires investigation. I agree. Which is why I'm formally requesting a full council audit. Draven's voice was steel wrapped in silk. My father's corruption didn't exist in isolation. He had help. Allies who looked the other way or actively assisted his crimes. They need to be exposed and removed. You're demanding we investigate ourselves? Aurelia's tone was incredulous. I'm demanding justice. For my mother. For Belindra's mother. For every wolf my father destroyed in his quest for power. Draven moved forward, placing his hands on the table, leaning toward them with intensity that made even the council lean back. You asked what I wanted. This is it. A full investigation. Consequences for everyone involved, regardless of rank or position. And a promise that this kind of corruption will never be allowed to flourish again. Thessa studied him with an expression that might have been approved. You're very bold for someone seeking our blessing to lead. I'm honest for someone who's seen what happens when wolves aren't bold enough to challenge the powerful. Draven straightened. My father ruled through fear and manipulation. I won't. If you confer me as Alpha, I'll lead with transparency. Every decision documented. Every action open to scrutiny. The Ironfang Pact deserves better than what it had. And if we don't confirm you? Eldrick challenged. If we decide your actions, however justified, violated too many laws to overlook, then you'll install someone else as Alpha, and I'll accept that decision. Draven's voice didn't waver. But the evidence against my father and his co-conspirators remains. The truth is already spreading. Other territory leaders are asking questions. You can confirm me and show that the council supports wolves who fight corruption. Or you can condemn me and signal that the council protects the powerful regardless of their crimes. Either way, the truth is out there now. Nothing you do will put it back in the box. Silence fell, heavy and tense. Thessa exchanged glances with the other council members. Some silent communication passed between them. Then she spoke. The council will deliberate. Lord Draven, Lady Belindra, you're dismissed. We'll summon you when we've reached a decision. Draven bowed, not too deep, maintaining his alpha dignity. I copied the gesture, then followed him from the hall. The moment the doors closed behind us, my legs nearly gave out. Draven caught my elbow, steadying me. You did well, he murmured. I'm still shaking. So am I. He guided me down a side corridor, away from the main areas where servants and guards might overhear. But we told the truth. That's all we can do. You told them I'm your betrothed. I pulled free of his grip, turning to face him, without asking me first, without even discussing it. I know. I'm sorry. He ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident. But it was the only way to give you legal protection. If you were just a servant who helped kill an alpha, they could have ordered your execution regardless of justification. As my betrothed, you're protected by my status. They can't touch you without my permission. So, it was a strategy. Another calculated move. Yes. He held my gaze. But Belindra, I wouldn't have claimed you as my mate if the idea was completely repulsive to me. We work well together. We trust each other. And after what we've been through, he stopped, seeming to struggle with words. I care about you, more than I probably should. The betrothal might have started as a strategy, but it doesn't have to stay that way. My heart hammered against my ribs. What are you saying? I'm saying that when this is over, when the council makes their decision and the territory is stable, I'd like to explore what this could be. Really explore it, not just as allies or partners, but as, he stepped closer, as something more. 3 days ago, I kissed him in a storage room. I felt something shift between us, something dangerous and real. Now he was offering me a future. A real one. Not just survival or revenge, but actual happiness. Draven, I whispered. If the council denies your claim, they won't. But if they do, this betrothal becomes meaningless. I'd lose the protection. They could still execute me. Then we run. He took my hands, his grip warm and solid.
Together.
We take your mother and flee to territories where the council's reach is weak. Start over somewhere new. You'd give up your pack? Your birthright? I'd give up anything to keep you safe. The confession hung in the air between us, raw and honest. You're not just strategy, Belindra. You stopped being just a strategy the moment you sacrificed yourself to protect me from Cassius. The moment you kissed me like you meant it. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that this impossible connection between us could survive the harsh light of reality. But fear held me back. Fear that this was all too good to be true. That I'd wake up and find myself back in that cage, back on that auction block, with nothing but broken dreams and dead hopes. Ask me again, I said softly. When the council makes their decision. When we know what future we're actually facing. Ask me then, if I want this to be real. Disappointment flickered across his face, but he nodded. All right. When the council decides.
I'll ask you then.
Footsteps approached. We stepped apart seconds before a servant rounded the corner. Lord Draven, the young man said, bowing. The council is ready to announce their decision. My stomach dropped. That was fast. Too fast. Either they'd found the evidence overwhelmingly convincing, or they'd already decided before hearing our testimony. Draven's hand found mine again, squeezing once. Together, he murmured. Together, I agreed. We returned to the main hall. The 5 council members sat in the same positions, but their expressions had shifted. Harder. More severe. This was judgment. Thessa stood as we entered. Lord Draven Ironfang. Lady Belindra Thorn. The Luna Council has reviewed the evidence presented and deliberated on the appropriate course of action. I held my breath. The evidence against Alphatarian is substantial and credible. We find that he did indeed commit the crimes alleged: conspiracy to genocide, corruption of the legal system, wrongful execution of innocent wolves, and weaponization of ferals. Thessa's voice carried weight. Under normal circumstances, his crimes would have resulted in immediate execution and seizure of all pack assets. However, Eldrick continued, Alphatarian is already dead. The question before us is whether his son's actions in bringing about that death were justified, or whether they constitute patricide and unlawful release of dangerous creatures. My heart was hammered. They were going to condemn us. Going to rule that we'd gone too far, that the deaths we'd caused weren't justified. After careful deliberation, Thessa said, the council has decided that Lord Draven's actions, while extreme, were necessary given the circumstances. When legal channels are corrupted and genocide is imminent, extraordinary measures become justified. Relief crashed over me, so suddenly I nearly collapsed. Furthermore, Thessa continued, we are impressed by Lord Draven's commitment to transparency and accountability. His willingness to submit to investigation, to accept consequences for his decisions, demonstrates the kind of leadership the territories need. She moved around the table, approaching Draven directly. Therefore, the Luna Council officially recognizes Draven Ironfang as Alpha of the Ironfang Pack and sovereign leader of Shadowmere territory. All rights, responsibilities, and authorities of that position are hereby granted. Draven dropped to one knee. The the traditional gesture of acceptance. I accept this burden with humility and dedication. I will lead with honor and serve the pack above all else. Thessa placed her hand on his head, the ceremonial blessing. Rise, Alpha Draven, and lead your people well. He stood, and I saw the transformation happen in real time. The weight of responsibility settled on his shoulders. The careful heir becomes the confirmed leader. There is one condition, Aurelia added. The council will be conducting a full investigation into Alpha-Tarian's documented corruption, including the alleged bribes to council members. We expect your full cooperation in this investigation. You have it, Draven said immediately. Every document, every record, every piece of evidence I possess is yours. Good. Thessa turned to me. And Lady Belindra, your role in these events has been noted. The council recognizes that you acted to prevent genocide and expose corruption. However, we also note that you released dangerous ferals that resulted in deaths. This cannot be entirely overlooked. My mouth went dry. I understand. Therefore, as penance for those deaths, you will serve the territory for 1 year. Not as a servant, but as an advisor to Alpha Draven on matters concerning vulnerable populations, Omegas, orphans, those without pack protection. Use your experiences to ensure others don't suffer as you did. It wasn't an execution, wasn't an exile. It was purpose. I accept, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. Thessa nodded. Then this matter is concluded. Alpha Draven, we expect regular reports on your territory's progress, and we'll be watching closely to ensure the reforms you promised are implemented. You'll have those reports, Draven assured her. The council members began gathering their things, preparing to depart. But Thessa lingered, approaching me when the others had left the hall. Lady Belindra, she said quietly. A word of advice, if I may. Of course, council leader. You've been through more hardship than most wolves face in a lifetime. You've survived where others would have broken. That strength is valuable. Her gaze was intense. But strength alone isn't enough to survive at an alpha's side. You'll face challenges here that make your previous suffering seem simple. Political intrigue, social warfare, wolves who'll see you as an upstart who doesn't deserve her position. I know, I said softly.
Do you?
Because I see how you look at Alpha Draven. Like he's safe and home, and everything you've never had. That's not weakness, it's human. But it can become a weakness if you're not careful. She placed a hand on my shoulder. Don't lose yourself in his shadow, child. You earned your position here through courage and conviction. Remember that when the nobles start whispering that you're just a lucky servant who seduced an alpha. The words hit harder than they should have. Because part of me already feared exactly that I was nothing more than a convenient tool Draven had used and would discard when something better came along. Thank you, I managed, for the warning. It's not a warning. It's preparation. Thessa smiled slightly. I think you'll do well here, Lady Belindra. You have the kind of strength that doesn't break under pressure, it sharpens. The Ironfang pack is lucky to have you. She left, her words echoing in my mind. When I turned, I found Draven watching me with an expression I couldn't read. What did she say? He asked. That I need to be careful. That being at your side won't be easy. She's right. He moved closer. But Belindra, you don't have to do this alone. Whatever comes next, the political games, the social warfare, the wolves who will try to undermine you, we face it together. Together, I repeated. The word was starting to feel like a lifeline. Come on. He took my hand, not caring who saw. There's someone who's been waiting very anxiously to see you. He led me through the manor, down to the wine cellar where my mother was hidden. The guards at the door bowed as Draven approached, then opened the heavy door. Inside, my mother waited in her feral form. But when she saw me, her amber eyes brightened with recognition. Mama, I breathed, running to her. She nuzzled against me, making that sound that was almost a purr. Not quite wolf, not quite human, but unmistakably affectionate. The council agreed to my proposal, Draven said from the doorway. Officially, she died during the attack. Unofficially, she's under my personal protection. I've already sent word to 3 different healers who specialize in corruption cases. If anyone can help her, they can. I looked up at him through tears. Thank you. For protecting her. For not giving up on her. She's your mother. And she saved both our lives. He crouched down, meeting my mother's gaze directly. Besides, any wolf strong enough to retain consciousness after 15 years of corruption deserves a chance at redemption. My mother studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she bowed her head, accepting him, acknowledging him as Alpha. The gesture made tears fall faster. We did it, I whispered to her. Tyrion is dead. You're safe. We're both safe. She pressed her muzzle against my cheek, and I felt wetness though that wasn't my own tears. Even ferals could cry, apparently. We stayed there for a long time, me, my mother, and the Alpha who'd given us both a second chance at life. Outside, the manor was transforming. Guards loyal to Tyrion were being dismissed. Servants were being promoted based on merit rather than political connections. The first changes Draven had promised were already beginning. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. The territory to stabilize. Reforms to implement. A future to build from the ashes of the old regime. But tonight I allowed myself to simply be. To hold my mother and know she was alive. To stand beside the Alpha who'd become so much more than an ally. To feel, for the first time in 15 years, like I'd finally found my place in the world. Belindra, Draven said softly. You asked me to ask you again later. After the council decided. I looked up at him, my heart in my throat. So, I'm asking. He knelt beside me, his storm gray eyes holding mine. Will you stay? Not because of strategy or protection or political convenience, but because you want to. Because this, he gestured between us, could be something real. My mother made a sound that was definitely approved. I looked at Draven. This Alpha who'd risked everything to fight his own father's corruption. Who'd protected my mother when it would have been easier to kill her. Who'd given me a voice when the world had taught me to be silent. And I remembered Thessa's warning. That I couldn't lose myself in a shadow. But maybe that was the point. I wasn't losing myself. I was finding myself, with someone strong enough to stand beside me rather than in front of me. Yes, I said simply. I'll stay. His smile was brighter than dawn. Then let's build something worth staying for. Chapter 8. The Healer's Price. The first healer arrived 2 weeks after Draven's confirmation as Alpha. I watched from the manor's entrance as an elderly woman emerged from a travel-worn carriage, her silver hair bound in intricate braids, her eyes sharp despite her age. She carried herself with the confidence of someone who'd seen everything and feared nothing. That's Healer Oriva, Draven said beside me. She's studied corruption cases for 40 years. If anyone can help your mother, it's her. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to hope that this stranger could undo 15 years of torment with herbs and spells and ancient knowledge. But hope was a dangerous thing. I'd learned that lesson too many times. Oriva approached with measured steps, her gaze sweeping over the manor, assessing. When her eyes met mine, I felt like she was reading every secret I'd ever kept. You must be Lady Belindra, she said, her voice surprisingly warm. The Omega, who brought down an Alpha. I had help, I replied carefully. Modesty or strategy? She smiled slightly. Either way, you're smarter than you look. Good. I don't work well with fools. She turned to Draven. Alpha Draven. Your message said you have a feral you want healed. That's a tall order, even for me. I'm aware, Draven said. But this isn't an ordinary feral. She's retained consciousness, recognition, even protective instincts. She's fighting corruption. Oriva's eyebrows rose. How long has she been corrupted? 15 years, I said quietly. The healer went very still. 15 years? Impossible. No feral survives corruption that long with any consciousness intact. The madness consumes everything within months. Nevertheless, Draven said, she's here. And she's aware. Would you at least examine her before deciding it's impossible? Oriva studied us both, something calculating in her expression. You're not telling me everything. Who is this feral to you? I met her gaze directly. She's my mother, Marin Thorne. Alphatarian turned her into a feral 15 years ago and sold her to the Blood Moon territories as a test subject. She survived their experiments, and when we released her during the coup, she recognized me.
Protected me.
Killed Tarian to save my life. Moon above, Oriva breathed. A mother's love is strong enough to survive corruption itself. That's... She trailed off, wondering replacing skepticism. That's unprecedented. Theoretically impossible according to everything we know about feral psychology. Will you help her? I asked, unable to keep the desperation from my voice. Oriva was silent for a long moment. Then, take me to her. Let me examine what we're dealing with. But I make no promises, child. Even if I can help, the price for healing corruption has advanced. She shook her head. It won't be easy. For any of us. We led her to the wine cellar where my mother was kept. The guards stepped aside as Draven approached, and we descended into the cool darkness. My mother was pacing when we entered, a restless back and forth that spoke of caged energy. But the moment she saw me, she stopped. That intelligent amber gaze fixed on my face, and she made a soft sound of greeting. Hello, Mama, I said, moving to her side. There's someone here who might be able to help you. Oriva entered slowly, giving my mother space to adjust to her presence. She studied the feral form with a practiced eye, taking in every detail. May I approach? She asked, addressing my mother directly, not me. My mother tilted her head, considering. Then she sat, a gesture of permission. Oriva moved closer, her hands beginning to glow with soft golden light. I'm going to examine the corruption. It won't hurt, but it might feel strange. She placed her glowing hands on my mother's head, and the light spread, flowing over fur and flesh, illuminating something beneath the surface. I gasped as I saw it, dark tendrils of shadow woven through my mother's being like parasitic vines, wrapping around her very essence. This is worse than I thought, Oriva murmured. The corruption has integrated with her core self. It's not just affecting her mind, it's rewritten her fundamental nature. She's been corrupted so long that the darkness has become part of who she is. Can you remove it? Draven asked. Remove it?
No.
If I tried to extract corruption this deeply embedded, I'd destroy her completely. Wolf and corruption are too intertwined to separate. Oriva's hands moved, the golden light probing deeper. But I might be able to transform it, redirect it, turn the corruption from destructive to protective. I didn't understand. What does that mean? It means your mother will never be fully cured in the traditional sense. She'll always carry the corruption. But instead of it driving her mad, consuming her from within, it could become a source of power. Controlled darkness instead of chaotic destruction. Oriva pulled back, the light fading. She'd be something new. Not quite feral, not quite normal wolf. A guardian, perhaps. Or a weapon, depending on how we shape the transformation. The idea unsettled me. You're saying my mother would still be wrong. Changed forever. I'm saying your mother has already changed forever, Oriva said gently. 15 years of corruption don't simply wash away. The question isn't whether she can return to who she was. That woman is gone. The question is whether she can become someone new. Someone who can live with what's been done to her. I looked at my mother, seeing the amber glow of her eyes, the wrongness of her movements. Oriva was right. My mother, the woman who'd sung me lullabies and taught me to read, was gone. Had been gone for 15 years. But this being who'd protected me, who'd killed Tarian, who still recognized me despite the madness, she was here. Real. Worth saving, even if the salvation wasn't perfect. What do you need? I asked Oriva. To do this transformation. The healer's expression grew grave. 3 things. First, rare herbs from the Whisperwood, a forest 3 days' journey north. The plants only grow in places touched by old magic, and they're guarded by entities that don't take kindly to intruders. I'll get them, I said immediately. Second, I need moon blood. Blood drawn from a wolf during their first shift, preserved in silver. It's incredibly rare and expensive. I'll provide it, Draven said. The Ironfang vaults have several vials. My ancestors collected them for ceremonial purposes. Good. Oriva took a breath. And third, I need a sacrifice from my daughter. My blood went cold. What kind of sacrifice? A piece of yourself, willingly given, magically bound to your mother. It will serve as an anchor, a tether to her humanity, something to keep her grounded when the corruption tries to consume her completely. Oriva's gaze was unflinching. The sacrifice must be significant, not just blood or hair, something that costs you dearly. My wolf, I said quietly. Everyone turned to stare at me. My ability to shift, I continued, the words coming from some deep place of certainty. I've never been able to shift properly anyway. It's broken, incomplete. But it's mine. If giving it up means saving my mother.
No.
Draven's voice was sharp. Belindra, you can't. It's my choice. I met his gaze. You said when the council decided, you'd ask me if I wanted this to be real.
If I wanted to stay.
Well, this is part of that choice. My mother gave everything to save me 15 years ago. Now it's my turn. But you'd be giving up your wolf permanently, Draven said, desperation creeping into his voice. You'd be human, I finished. I'd be human. No connection to the moon, no shifting, no pack bond. I know what I'm offering. Oriva studied me with something that looked like respect. You understand what this means? You'd be severing yourself from your very nature. Most wolves who lose their wolf go mad from the loss. The emptiness inside you would be. I've lived with emptiness my whole life, I interrupted. At least this emptiness would serve a purpose. My mother made a sound, almost a whine. She moved closer, pressing her massive head against my chest. Trying to tell me no. Trying to refuse my sacrifice. Mama, I whispered, wrapping my arms around her neck. Let me do this. Please. Let me save you the way you saved me. She pulled back, those amber eyes locked on mine. For a long moment, we stayed like that, mother and daughter, separated by corruption but connected by love. Then, slowly, she bowed her head, accepting my choice. It's settled then, Oriva said quietly. I'll need 3 days to prepare. Belindra, you'll travel to the Whisperwood and retrieve the herbs. Alpha Draven, gather the moon blood and prepare the ceremonial space. And you, she looked at my mother, rest. Build your strength. What we're about to attempt will be agonizing for all involved. I left for the Whisperwood at dawn the next day. Draven insisted on sending guards with me, but I refused. This journey felt personal, something I needed to do alone. Besides, the fewer wolves entering the Whisperwood, the better. The old magic that resided there didn't like crowds. The forest appeared on the 3rd day of travel, rising from the plains like a dark wall. Trees so ancient and massive that their branches blocked out the sun. Moss hung from every surface, and mist clung to the ground like living smoke. I felt it the moment I crossed the boundary. The shift in air pressure, the weight of watching eyes, the sense that I'd stepped into a place that operated by different rules. The herbs Oriva needed grew near the forest's heart, in places where moonlight somehow penetrated the canopy. I had a list of descriptions, sketches, and warnings about plants that looked similar but were actually deadly poison. I walked for hours through twisted paths that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. The forest was alive in ways normal forests weren't. I heard whispers in languages I didn't understand, saw shadows that moved independently of any light source. And everywhere, I felt the presence of something vast, something old, something that was deciding whether to help or harm me. I'm not here to steal, I said aloud, my voice swallowed by the mist. I'm here to save my mother. She's been suffering for 15 years because of another wolf's cruelty. If you can understand that, if you care about justice at all, please let me find what I need. Silence. Then slowly, the mist began to part. A path appeared before me, winding deeper into the forest. And at the end of that path, I saw them, the herbs Oriva had described, silver-leafed plants that glowed faintly in the darkness, growing in a perfect circle around a pool of still water. I approached carefully, watching for traps or guardians. But nothing stopped me. The forest had decided to help. "Thank you," I whispered to the watching presence. I gathered the herbs with reverent care, taking only what I needed and leaving offerings in return, coins, a lock of my hair, a promise that I'd never forget this gift. As I turned to leave, I saw something reflected in the pool. Not my face, but a vision, my mother, whole and healthy and human, standing in a garden I didn't recognize. She was smiling, at peace. The vision faded, but the message was clear. This was possible. Salvation existed. If I was brave enough to pay its price. I left the Whisperwood with the herbs safely packed and a renewed sense of purpose burning in my chest. When I returned to the manor 3 days later, I found controlled chaos. Draven had cleared out the old ceremonial hall, a space that hadn't been used in decades. Candles lined every surface, their flames reflected in silver bowls, filled with what I assumed was moon blood. Runes had been painted on the floor in intricate patterns that hurt to look at too long. And in the center of it all sat my mother, surrounded by a circle of protective herbs and waiting guards. "You're back," Draven said, relief evident as he pulled me into an embrace. "When you didn't return yesterday, I thought." "The forest delayed me," I said, returning his embrace. "But I got what we needed." Oriva emerged from the shadows, her expression grave.
Good.
"We'll begin tonight, during the full moon. Its power will help stabilize the transformation." "But Belindra," she gripped my shoulders, "are you certain? Once we start this ritual, there's no stopping. You'll lose your wolf permanently. No second chances. No regrets." I thought about what it would mean. Never feeling the moon's pull. Never experiencing the freedom of running on 4 legs. Never having the enhanced senses and strength that came with the wolf's nature. But I also thought about my mother, trapped in corruption for 15 years, suffering because she'd loved me enough to accept a terrible fate. "I'm certain," I said. The ritual began at midnight. They'd moved my mother to the center of the ceremonial circle. I knelt beside her, my hand on her head, feeling the warmth beneath corrupted fur. Oriva chanted in a language older than any modern pack, her hands glowing with that golden light. The moon blood began to steam, its vapor rising to fill the room with silver mist. "Place the herbs around her," Oriva instructed. I did, forming a circle within a circle. The plants from the Whisperwood began to glow, responding to the ritual's power. "Now," Oriva said, her voice taking on a resonant quality that made the air vibrate. "Belindra Thorn, do you willingly sacrifice your wolf nature to save your mother?" "I do." "Do you understand that this sacrifice is permanent and irreversible?" "I do." "Then place your hand over her heart and let go." I pressed my hand against my mother's chest, feeling her heartbeat beneath my palm.
Strong. Steady. Alive.
Then I reached inside myself, searching for the wolf I'd never been able to fully access. The broken thing that had never shifted right, never felt complete. I found it, a small, scared creature that had been cowering in my soul since I was 12. Since that night I've tried to shift and failed. "I'm sorry," I whispered, "but she needs you more than I do." And I let go. The pain was immediate and absolute. It felt like something vital was being ripped from my chest, leaving a void that screamed to be filled. I heard myself cry out and felt tears streaming down my face. But I didn't pull back. Didn't break contact. The golden light intensified, becoming blinding. My wolf, small and broken as it was, flowed out of me and into my mother. I felt it go, felt the emptiness it left behind, felt the fundamental wrongness of being separated from something that had always been part of me. My mother convulsed, the corruption visible beneath her skin. Those dark tendrils Oriva had shown me began to writhe and shift. They were fighting the new presence, trying to reject it. But my wolf, broken as it was, held on, merged with corruption, transformed it. The amber glow in my mother's eyes flickered, faded, then returned as something different, Not the mindless hunger of ferals, but conscious awareness lit from within. It's working, Oriva breathed. Moon above, it's actually working. The light grew, so bright, I had to close my eyes. The pain in my chest intensified until I was certain something inside me had broken permanently. Then, suddenly, silence. I opened my eyes. My mother was changing, shrinking. The feral form collapsed inward as bones reformed, as fur receded, as the corruption itself reorganized into something new. When the light finally faded, a woman knelt where the feral had been. My mother, human-shaped,
Whole.
her hair was silver-white now, shot through with streaks of darkness. Her eyes, when they opened, were still amber, but clear, conscious.
Aware.
Belindra, she whispered, and her voice was rough from 15 years of disuse, but it was hers. My little moon, I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe, could only stare at the impossible miracle before me. Then I was moving, throwing myself into her arms, sobbing against her shoulder as she held me tight. I'm here, she murmured, her hand stroking my hair like she used to when I was small. I'm here, baby.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry for everything. You're alive, I choked out. You're you again. Thanks to you. She pulled back, cupping my face in her hands. Her touch was warm, real, human. What did you do? What did you sacrifice? I felt the emptiness in my chest, the void where my wolf used to be. Something I barely used anyway. Understanding dawned in her eyes. Horror mixed with gratitude. Your wolf. You gave me your wolf. It was mine to give. Oh, my brave, foolish girl. She pulled me close again, and I felt her tears mixing with mine. You should never have had to. I wanted to, I interrupted. You saved me 15 years ago. Now we're even. Draven approached slowly, giving us space, but unable to hide his relief. How do you feel, Maren? My mother looked up at him, taking in the alpha who'd protected her daughter. Like I've been drowning for 15 years and just remembered how to breathe. She stood, testing her legs, and I saw dark marks running up her arms, remnants of corruption that would never fully fade. But I'm different.
Changed.
I can feel the darkness still inside me, but it's not controlling me anymore. The corruption is bound to your will now, Oriva explained, moving to examine my mother with professional interest. It will never leave you, but it also won't consume you. You can channel it, use it, even draw power from it if properly trained. And the cost? My mother asked quietly, looking at me. She'll live, Oriva said. But she's human now, in all the ways that matter. No shifting, no enhanced healing, no pack bonds. The wolf that was hers belongs to you now. It's what's keeping the corruption from destroying you completely. My mother's expression crumpled. Belindra. Don't, I said firmly. Don't apologize.
Don't feel guilty.
You didn't ask for this. I chose it freely. And I'd choose it again in a heartbeat. She studied my face for a long moment. Then she smiled, a real smile, the first I'd seen from her in 15 years. When did my little girl become so strong? I learned from the best. We held each other as the ritual's energy slowly dissipated, as the candles burned low, as dawn approached and painted the sky in shades of pink and gold. I was human now, permanently, irreversibly human. But my mother was alive, conscious, herself again, even if that self was irrevocably changed. Some prices were worth paying, even when they cost everything. Chapter 9. Human Among Wolves. The difference hit me 3 days after the ritual. I was walking through the manor when a servant dropped a tray behind me. The crash should have made me jump. My wolf instincts would have warned me and would have sensed the movement before it happened. But I felt nothing. I heard nothing until the sound was already echoing through the corridor. I was deaf and blind compared to what I'd been before. Human senses were so limited, so fragile. And that was just the beginning. Lady Belindra, a guard said as I passed, and I had to stop and turn to acknowledge him because I couldn't sense his presence anymore. Couldn't smell his scent or feel the subtle pack bond that would have told me he meant no threat. Every wolf I encountered was a stranger now, a potential danger I couldn't assess. "You're adjusting," my mother said that evening, finding me alone in the gardens. She'd taken to wearing long sleeves to hide the corruption marks on her arms, though they were beautiful in their own way, dark silver patterns that looked like frost on window glass. "I'm surviving," I corrected. "That's not the same as adjusting." She sat beside me on the stone bench, her presence warm and solid and real. Still miraculous, even days later. "I know it's hard. When I was first corrupted, losing myself piece by piece, I'd have given anything to be merely human, to have a mind that was my own, even if the body was weaker. But you were never this vulnerable. Even corrupted, you were stronger than any normal wolf." I stared at my hands, human hands that couldn't tear through metal or crush stone. "I'm fragile now. One angry wolf could kill me without trying. Then we make sure angry wolves don't get close to you." Draven's voice came from behind us. He'd been doing that lately, appearing suddenly because I couldn't sense his approach anymore. "The pack knows you're under my protection. Anyone who harms you answers to me." "I don't want to need protection," I said, frustration bleeding into my voice. "I want to be able to protect myself. Then we'll train you differently." He sat on my other side, his shoulder brushing mine. "Humans have survived in a wolf's world for millennia. They use intelligence, tools, and strategy. You already have the first. We'll teach you the rest." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to think I could adapt to this new reality. But the emptiness in my chest where my wolf used to be ached like a missing limb. "There's something else," my mother said carefully. "Something I need to tell you both. About corruption." Draven tense. "What about it?" "It's growing. Not uncontrolled. I'm keeping it bound like Oriva taught me. But I can feel it responding to things. Anger makes it surge. Fear makes it writhe. And sometimes," she held up her hand, and shadows began to swirl around her fingers. "Sometimes I can use it." The darkness coalesced into a tangible form, a blade made of pure shadow that looked sharp enough to cut reality itself. "Moon above," Draven breathed. "How long have you been able to do that?" "Since yesterday. I was angry about something trivial, and the corruption just responded. Gave me a weapon." My mother closed her fist, and the shadow blade dissipated. Oriva said corruption could become a source of power if properly channeled. I think this is what she meant. "That's incredible," I said, all mixed with concern. "But is it safe?" "I don't know. The corruption wants to be used. I can feel it eager, hungry even. But if I lose control, if I let it have too much freedom..." She trailed off, the implication clear. She could become a feral again. Or something worse. "We'll find someone to train you," Draven decided. "Someone who understands dark magic, who can teach you to wield the corruption safely." "And who exactly would that be?" my mother asked. "Shadow magic is forbidden in most territories. Anyone skilled in it would be an outcast at best, a criminal at worst." "Then we find an outcast." Draven's expression was determined. "Marin, you saved Belindra's life. Killed the wolf who would have destroyed thousands. I'm not letting you become a danger to yourself or others because we couldn't find proper guidance." A commotion from inside the manor interrupted our conversation. Raised voices, running footsteps, the sound of something crashing. We rushed inside to find chaos in the main hall. A young wolf, couldn't have been more than 16, was in the middle of shifting uncontrollably. His body flickered between forms, bones cracking and reforming with sickening speed. He was screaming, and the guards surrounding him didn't know whether to help or subdue him. "What happened?" Draven demanded, his alpha authority cutting through the panic. "He just started shifting," one guard said. "Won't stop. Can't stop. Been going on for 10 minutes. Draven moved toward the boy, but my mother grabbed his arm. "Don't. If you get too close while he's unstable, he could hurt you without meaning to." "Then what do we do? Let him tear himself apart." My mother's eyes flickered with amber light, the corruption responding to the crisis. "I can help. But you have to trust me." "Marin." I spent 15 years trapped between forms. I know what he's feeling right now, the pain, the loss of control, the terror. And the corruption inside me remembers how to navigate that space between human and wolf. She looked at Draven. Let me help him. Draven hesitated for only a moment. Then he nodded. Do it. My mother approached the boy slowly, darkness swirling around her hands. The guard stepped back nervously, but she ignored them, focused entirely on the shifting wolf. Listen to me, she said, her voice carrying a resonance it hadn't had before, something that made everyone stop and pay attention. I know you're scared. I know it hurts, but you're not alone in this darkness. The boy's wild eyes found her face. His shifting slowed slightly. That's it. Focus on my voice. Let the darkness calm you rather than consume you. My mother's hands touched his shoulder, and the shadows flowed from her into him. There's peace in the dark if you know how to find it. Let me show you. The corruption, controlled, purposeful, wrapped around the boy like a blanket. And impossibly, his shifting began to stabilize. His bones stopped cracking. His form settled back into human form. He collapsed, gasping, and my mother caught him before he hit the floor. You're all right, she murmured. You're safe now. The boy stared up at her with terrified eyes. What are you? Someone who understands. She helped him sit up. What's your name? Silas. My name is Silas. He looked around at the watching wolves, shame and fear warring on his face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I can't control it sometimes. The shifting just happens and I can't stop it. You have an instability, my mother said gently. It happens to some young wolves when they're coming into their power. Usually it stabilizes naturally, but sometimes it needs help. I've seen 3 healers. None of them could fix me. Silas's voice broke. My parents sent me here, hoping Alpha Draven might know someone who could help. But if no one can, they're going to. He stopped, unable to finish the sentence. But I understood. If his shifting couldn't be controlled, he'd be considered too dangerous. They'd put him down rather than risk him hurting someone. I can help you, my mother said firmly. If your alpha permits it. All eyes turned to Draven. He looked at my mother, at the corruption marks on her arms, at the shadows still swirling faintly around her fingers, at the boy whose life hung in the balance. You'd need to stay here, he said to Silas. Work with Marin regularly until your shifting stabilizes.
Can you do that?
Hope blazed across the boy's face. Yes, Alpha. I'll do whatever it takes. Then you have my permission. Draven looked at my mother. And Marin? Thank you. Word of what my mother had done spread through the pack faster than wildfire. By the next morning, 3 more unstable shifters had arrived at the manor, seeking help. By the end of the week, there were 7. My mother worked with each one, using her corruption to calm their uncontrolled transformations, to show them how to find peace in the liminal space between forms. And slowly, something remarkable happened. The pack stopped seeing her as a corrupted monster to be feared. They started seeing her as a healer, a teacher, someone who understood suffering and used it to help others. You're building something, I told her one evening as we watched her latest student successfully complete a controlled shift for the first time. A purpose from pain. Isn't that what you did? She countered. You survived years of hardship and used it to bring down a corrupt alpha. To save thousands of lives. We're not so different, you and I. Maybe she was right. Maybe survival always led to purpose, if you were brave enough to find it. But I was still struggling with my own new reality. Being human among wolves was harder than I'd anticipated. I couldn't join pack runs. Couldn't participate in the communal hunts that built pack bonds. Couldn't even sense the subtle hierarchies and power dynamics that governed every interaction. I was an outsider in the territory I'd helped save. You're brooding again, Draven said, finding me alone in the library one afternoon. I'm thinking. Same thing with you. He sat beside me, his presence warm and solid. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine. I'm alive. My mother's healing. The territory is thriving. And you feel like you don't belong anymore. He said it gently without judgment. I looked at him. This alpha who'd become so much more than an ally. How did you know?
Because I see you, Belindra.
I see how you pause before entering rooms now, making sure it's safe. How you jump at unexpected sounds. How you watch other wolves with wariness instead of the easy familiarity you used to have. He took my hand. You're grieving. And that's okay. I chose this, I said, tears threatening. I knew what I was giving up. Knowing the cost doesn't make paying it any easier. He pulled me closer. You're allowed to mourn what you lost, even if you'd make the same choice again. I leaned against him, letting myself be held. I miss it. I miss feeling like part of something. Like I belonged somewhere. You belong here. With me. With your mother. With the pack, who owes you their lives. His lips pressed against my hair. But I understand that belonging feels different now. So we'll find a new way for you to connect. New purposes, new strengths. You're not defined by your wolf, Belindra. You never were. Then what am I defined by? Your courage. Your compassion. Your refusal to break no matter what the world throws at you. He pulled back to meet my eyes. Those qualities didn't come from your wolf. They came from you. And they're still here, still yours, still magnificent. The tears fell then. Not from sadness, but from relief. From being seen and understood and valued despite everything I'd lost. I love you, I whispered, and realized it was true. Somewhere between the auction block and the revolution, between stolen kisses and shared battles, I'd fallen completely for this impossible alpha. Draven's breath caught. Say that again. I love you. Louder this time. More certain. I love you. And it terrifies me because I have so little to offer now. I'm human.
Weak.
Can't even sense when you're approaching. He kissed me. It was desperate and tender and absolutely certain. His hands cupped my face like I was something precious, breakable, worth protecting. When we finally broke apart, both breathless, he rested his forehead against mine. You have everything to offer, he said fiercely. Your strength, your intelligence, your heart that somehow remained kind despite years of cruelty. I don't love you because you're a wolf or human or anything else. I love you because you're you. Belindra Thorne, who brought down an empire with nothing but courage and conviction. You love me? I needed to hear it again. I needed confirmation that this wasn't some dream I'd wake from. I love you. He smiled. Have since you burst into that study and sacrificed yourself to protect me from Cassius. Maybe even before that. I'm just slow to recognize impossible things. I laughed through my tears. We're quite the pair. A human and an alpha. The pack must think you've lost your mind. The pack thinks I'm the luckiest alpha alive. He kissed me again, softer this time. And they're right. A throat cleared behind us. We sprang apart to find my mother standing in the doorway, amusement evident on her face. Sorry to interrupt. But Draven, you have visitors. From the Whisperwood. Draven's expression grew serious. The forest sent emissaries? 3 of them. They're waiting in the main hall and refusing to speak to anyone but you. My mother's amber eyes flickered with concern. They're strange, even for forest spirits. We followed her to the main hall, where 3 figures waited. They weren't entirely solid. Their forms seemed to shift and flow like water, sometimes appearing human, sometimes more plant-like. Their eyes were ancient, and looking into them made me feel small and insignificant. Alpha Draven, the central figure spoke, its voice like wind through leaves. We come bearing a message from Whisperwood. What message? Draven asked carefully. The one who walked our paths. Who asked permission and left offerings. Who took only what was needed. The spirit's gaze found me. Belindra Thorne. The forest has chosen you. I blinked. Chosen me for what? To be guardian. To be a speaker. To be the bridge between our ancient magic and your young world. The spirit flowed closer, examining me with inhuman interest. You gave up your wolf nature to save your mother. In doing so, you created space inside yourself. Space we can fill if you permit it. I don't understand. The forest offers you a gift, Another spirit said. Not a wolf's power, but something older. Something that predates the division between human and beast. Plant magic. Earth magic. The ability to speak with growing things and draw strength from the land itself. My mother gasped. You're offering to make her a druid? We're offering to make her what she already is, someone who bridges worlds, who connects disparate things, who finds strength in the spaces between. The central spirit extended what might have been a hand. But the choice is yours, Belindra Thorn. Accept our gift and bind yourself to the forest. Or refuse and remain as you are. Either way, we honor the courage you showed in our domain. I looked at Draven, then at my mother. Both watched me with support, but no pressure. This decision was mine alone. Plant magic. Earth magic. Powers that had nothing to do with wolves or shifting, but might let me belong again in a different way. What would it cost? I asked carefully. I'd learned that magical gifts always had prices. Your service, the spirit said. When the forest calls, you answer. When the land needs protection, you defend it. You become part of the balance, Belindra Thorn. No longer a wolf. Not quite human, but something that serves the world itself. It was a responsibility, a burden, but also a purpose. And the moon above, I needed purpose. I accept, I said. The spirit's forms blazed with sudden light. They flowed toward me, through me, and I gasped as power flooded my emptiness. It didn't feel like my wolf had. That had been internal, a second self waiting to emerge. This was external and internal at once, a connection to everything growing, everything alive in the earth. I felt roots beneath the manor, extending deep into the ground. Felt trees in the gardens stretching toward sunlight. Felt seeds waiting in the soil for spring. The world exploded into a symphony of green and growing things, and I was part of it all. When the light faded, the spirits were gone. But I remained changed. Again. How do you feel? Draven asked carefully. I looked at my hands. They appeared unchanged, but I could feel the difference. Pressed my palm against the stone floor and sensed the ancient tree roots far below. Connected, I said slowly. For the first time since the ritual, I feel connected to something larger than myself. Show me, my mother urged. I wasn't sure how, but instinct guided me. I reached for the dead flowers in a vase across the room. Winter blooms that had wilted days ago. And I called them. The flowers stirred. Color returned to their petals. Stems straightened. Within seconds, they were fresh and vibrant again, as if newly picked. Extraordinary, my mother breathed. You're a druid, Draven said, wondering in his voice. Belindra, do you understand how rare that is? There haven't been druids in the territories for centuries. I stared at the restored flowers, feeling life thrumming through them, feeling my own power flowing through the connection. I'd lost my wolf, but I'd gained something else, something unique. And for the first time since the ritual, the emptiness in my chest didn't ache quite so much. Maybe I could still belong after all, just in a different way than I'd imagined. Chapter 10. Shadows and Thorns. The assassination attempt came on a moonless night. I was in the gardens, practicing my new druidic abilities, learning to coax growth from dormant seeds, to strengthen the manor's defensive hedges, to feel the pulse of life in everything around me. I didn't sense the attacker until a blade pressed against my throat. Don't move, a male voice hissed in my ear. Don't scream. Don't do anything but listen. My heart was hammered, but I forced myself to stay calm. Without my wolf senses, I'd been vulnerable to this kind of ambush. But I wasn't defenseless anymore. I'm listening, I said quietly. You destroyed everything. You and that traitor Alpha. Alpha Tarian was building something magnificent, and you tore it down because you couldn't see beyond your own petty revenge. The blade pressed harder, drawing a thin line of blood. Now you're going to pay for that mistake. I recognized the voice now. Cassius, the cold-eyed Alpha who'd allied with Tarian, who'd fled during the feral attack, but apparently hadn't gone far. If you're going to kill me, I said, keeping my voice steady, at least tell me why. Revenge for Tarian? Fear that we'll expose your part in his conspiracy. Both. Neither. Cassius's breath was hot against my ear. You don't understand what you've done. The war Tyrion was planning wasn't about conquest. It was about survival. The Eastern Territories are harboring something that threatens every pack in the region. Tyrion knew. The rest of us knew. And we were going to eliminate the threat before it could spread. What threat? You'll find out soon enough. When it's too late to stop it. When thousands die because you were too self-righteous to see the bigger picture. His grip tightened. But you won't live to see that day. The blade began to move, preparing to slice across my throat. I reached for the earth beneath my feet. Roots exploded from the ground, wrapping around Cassius's legs. He cursed, stumbling backward, the knife leaving my throat as he fought for balance. I spun to face him, calling more roots from the soil. They coiled around his arms, his chest, his neck, nature's prison holding him fast. Guards, I shouted, my voice carrying across the gardens. Cassius struggled against the roots, his eyes blazing with fury. You think you've won? You think killing one corrupt alpha solved everything? He laughed bitterly. Your children playing at Revolution. The real threats haven't even shown themselves yet. Guards poured into the garden, Draven at their head. His eyes went wide when he saw Cassius bound by my roots, blood trickling from where the blade had cut me. Belindra, he was beside me in an instant, his hands checking the wound. Are you hurt? It's shallow. I'm fine. I kept my focus on Cassius. But he has information we need. About the Eastern Territories. About why Tyrion really wanted to attack them. Draven's expression went cold as he turned to Cassius. Start talking. Now. Why should I? You'll execute me anyway. Maybe. Or maybe we'll show mercy if you cooperate. Draven's alpha command rolled out, making even me feel its weight. What's in the Eastern Territories that had Tyrion so concerned? Cassius was silent for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he spoke. A plague. Not disease, something worse. Corruption that spreads through contact, through blood, through the very air. It started 6 months ago in a small village. Within weeks, half the territory was infected. The Eastern Alphas are hiding it, quarantining the affected areas, pretending everything's normal. Horror crawled up my spine. Corruption? Like the Ferals? Similar, but different. This doesn't just destroy the mind. It consumes the body too. Turns wolves into something that's not alive and not dead. Shadows that hunger. Cassius's voice dropped. Tyrion discovered it by accident. One of his spies in the Eastern Territories became infected and brought it back. Tyrion killed the spy and everyone who'd come in contact with them. Burned the bodies. Sealed the evidence. And his solution was genocide? I demanded. Killing thousands of innocents to stop a plague? His solution was containment before it spread beyond control. Cassius snarled. But you destroyed him before he could act. Now the corruption is still growing, still spreading. And when it reaches your territory, when it turns your precious pack into shadows. He smiled grimly. You'll wish you'd let Tyrion do what was necessary. Draven's jaw tightened. Guards. Take him to the cells. Maximum security. And get healer Ariva. I need her to examine Belindra's wound immediately. They dragged Cassius away, still bound by roots that slowly dissolved now that I'd stopped feeding them power. I stood there, shaking, as the reality of what he'd said sank in. Draven. If what he's saying is true, we don't know if it is. He could be lying to justify Tyrion's actions. But Draven's voice lacked conviction. Either way, we need to investigate. Quietly. Can't risk starting a panic. I'll go, I said immediately. Absolutely not. You were just attacked. Which proves someone thinks I'm a threat worth eliminating. If there really is corruption spreading in the Eastern Territories, I'm probably one of the few people who could investigate without being suspected. I held his gaze. My mother understands corruption better than anyone. If I can get samples, evidence, bring them back to her. It's too dangerous. Everything about our lives is dangerous. I took his hands. Draven, you're alpha now. You can't leave the territory for long stretches. But I can. Let me do this. Let me be useful. You are useful. He stopped, frustration evident. Moon above, you're going to insist on this, aren't you? Yes. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he sighed. You go with an escort. Armed guards, experienced trackers. And you take your mother. If anyone can identify corrupted wolves, it's her. Agreed. And you come back to me. His voice dropped, becoming fierce. Promise me, Belindra. Whatever you find out there, you come back. I rose on my toes and kissed him. I promise. We left 3 days later. My mother and I, along with 5 of Draven's best guards. We traveled in an unmarked carriage, dressed as merchants rather than pack nobility. The goal was to investigate without being recognized. The Eastern Territories were 3 days' journey. We spent the travel time preparing, my mother teaching me how to sense corruption, what signs to look for, how to protect myself if we encountered infected wolves. The corruption I carry is controlled, bound to my will, she explained. But wild corruption is different. It has its own hunger, its own intelligence. If it touches you, I'll become like the ferals? Worse, from what Cassius described. The shadow plague sounds like an evolved form. More virulent, more deadly. Her amber eyes were troubled. I'm not even sure I could survive contact with it. The thought terrified me. But we'd come too far to turn back now. We crossed into Eastern Territory on the 4th day. Immediately, something felt wrong. The villages we passed were too quiet. Houses stood empty, their doors hanging open. Fields that should have been worked on were abandoned. And everywhere, we saw marks carved into trees and stones. Protective wards. Desperately made and clearly failing. This is bad, one of our guards, a veteran warrior named Kalen, muttered. These words are meant to keep something contained, but half of them are broken. My mother examined one of the carved symbols. These were made by someone with limited magical knowledge. Whoever created them was desperate, working fast, probably terrified. Can you tell how long ago? Weeks. Maybe a month. She straightened. The corruption has been here for a while. We pressed deeper into the territory, following signs of recent habitation to a larger settlement. It appeared occupied, smoke rising from chimneys, movement visible through windows. But as we approached, I felt something through my druidic connection. The plants around the village were wrong. Dying. Corrupted at their roots. Stop, I said urgently. Don't go any closer. Everyone froze. What is it? My mother asked. The earth here is sick. Poisoned. Whatever corruption exists in this place, it's spread into the ground itself. I closed my eyes, reaching deeper with my senses. There are things moving in the village. Not wolves. Not animals. Something else. The shadows Cassius mentioned? Kalen's hand moved to his sword. Maybe. I can't get a clear sense of them. It's like they're there, and not there at the same time. My mother's expression grew grim. We need a closer look. But carefully. Very carefully. We left the carriage and guards in a defensible position and approached the village on foot. Just my mother and me. 2 women who might pass as travelers if anyone was watching. The village was worse up close. The buildings showed signs of hasty barricades that had been broken through. Windows were shattered. Doors torn from hinges. And the smell. Blood, my mother whispered. Old blood. And something else. Something rotten. We moved through the empty streets, and I used my druidic senses to track the corruption. It was everywhere, seeping from the ground, hanging in the air like invisible fog. Then I heard it. A sound like breathing, but wrong. Wet. Rasping. Coming from inside one of the larger buildings. My mother heard it too. She summoned her corruption, shadows swirling around her hands defensively. Stay behind me. We approached the building carefully. The door stood open, darkness beyond. My mother stepped inside first and I followed. The interior was carnage. Bodies. Dozens of bodies. Some fresh, some decomposing. All showing signs of violence. Torn throats, shattered bones, evidence of desperate fighting. And standing among the corpses was a figure. It had the shape of a wolf, but was wrong in every way. Its body seemed to flicker between solid and shadow. Where it stepped, plants died. Where it breathed, the air itself seemed to darken. Amber eyes, not like my mother's conscious glow, but mindless and hungry, fixed on us. "Run," my mother said.
Now.
The shadow creature lunged. My mother's corruption met it mid-leap, shadow fighting shadow. They collided with a sound like thunder, and both were thrown backward. I grabbed my mother's arm, pulling her toward the door. But more shapes were emerging from the darkness, more shadow wolves, drawn by the disturbance. "The village is full of them," I gasped. "Then we don't have time to be careful." My mother's eyes blazed with power. "Hold on to me. Whatever happens, don't let go." I gripped her arm as her corruption exploded outward. Not attacking, but creating a barrier. A sphere of controlled darkness that surrounded us, protecting us from the wild corruption trying to consume us. We ran. The shadow creatures gave chase, their forms flowing like smoke. They were fast, impossibly fast, and only my mother's barrier kept them from reaching us. We burst from the village, my mother's power faltering. "Can't hold it much longer," she gasped. "Too many of them. Too strong." "The earth," I said suddenly. "I can use the earth." I slammed my hands against the ground and poured everything I had into the soil. Roots erupted, massive, ancient roots from trees that had stood for centuries. They formed a wall between us and the pursuing shadows. The creatures slammed into the barrier, their forms dissipating against the living wood. Not destroyed, but delayed. "Go," I shouted to our guards, who'd seen us coming. "Drive. As fast as you can." We piled into the carriage. The driver whipped the horses into a gallop, and we fled the corrupted village as fast as the animals could run. Behind us, the shadow creatures gathered at the edge of my root barrier. Watching, waiting, hungering. We didn't stop running until we'd crossed back into Ironfang territory. Draven was waiting when we arrived at the manor. He must have sensed something was wrong because he pulled me from the carriage before it even stopped moving. "What happened?" he demanded. "You're pale as death." Cassius was telling the truth, I said, my voice shaking. The eastern territories are infected, corrupted. There are creatures, shadow wolves, that are spreading like a plague. An entire village was full of them. My mother emerged from the carriage, her corruption marks glowing brighter than I'd ever seen them. "It's worse than we feared. This isn't random corruption. It's organized, intelligent. The shadows are working together, spreading deliberately." Draven's expression went from concern to horror to grim determination in seconds. "How long before it reaches us?" "I don't know. Weeks? Months?" My mother shook her head. "But it will reach us. This corruption spreads through contact, through violence, through territory itself. Eventually, it'll cross the border. Then we need to do what Tyrion should have done, contain it. Warn the other territories. Coordinate a response." Draven looked at both of us. "This changes everything." "There's more," I said quietly. "The shadow creatures, they're made from corrupted wolves. From people." Cassius said the Eastern Alphas are hiding the infection, quarantining areas. Which means they're letting their own people turn into monsters rather than admitting the problem exists. Because admitting it would cause panic. Other territories would close borders, cut off trade. They'd be isolated. Draven's jaw clenched. So they're sacrificing their own citizens to maintain appearances. And spreading the corruption further in the process, my mother added. Every wolf they fail to contain becomes another shadow creature. Another vector for infection. We stood there in the fading light, the weight of what we'd discovered crushing down on us. Tyrion had been a monster, but he'd been right about one thing. The Eastern Territories harbored a threat that could destroy them all. And now it was Draven's responsibility to stop it. "Call a council meeting," Draven said to the nearest guard. "Every territory leader within 3 days' travel. I don't care if they think I'm overreacting. They need to know what's coming." "And if they don't believe us?" I asked. "Then we prepare alone. Build defenses, train warriors, stockpile resources." His hand found mine, gripping tight. Because that corruption isn't staying contained. It's coming for all of us. And when it does, we need to be ready. My mother looked at the darkening sky, her amber eyes troubled. I can feel it, even from here. The wild corruption calling to mine. Trying to connect, to merge, to consume. She turned to us. We have maybe a month before the first shadow creatures cross into this territory. After that. She didn't need to finish. We all understood. After that, it would be war. Not the war Tyrion had planned, a calculated campaign of conquest and genocide, but something far worse, a war against darkness itself. And nobody knew if we could win. Chapter 11. The Alliance of Desperate Wolves. The council meeting was chaotic from the start. 12 territory leaders crowded into the grand hall, their voices rising in argument before Draven even finished explaining the situation. Some were alphas who'd allied with Tyrion. Others had been enemies. All of them were terrified, angry, and looking for someone to blame. You expect us to believe this fantasy? Alpha Merrick of the Northern Reach snarled. He was a massive wolf with scars crisscrossing his face, a warrior who'd built his reputation on brute strength. Shadow creatures that consume wolves? Corruption that spreads like disease? This sounds like stories to frighten children. I saw them, I said from my position beside Draven. An entire village full of shadow wolves. They're real, and they're spreading. And we're supposed to take the word of a human? Lady Thessa, not the council leader, but a different Thessa from the coastal territories, laughed mockingly. A servant girl who got lucky and seduced an alpha? Draven's power flared, his alpha command making the walls shake. Insult my mate again, and you'll discover exactly how unforgiving I can be. The room went silent. Several alphas instinctively bared their throats in submission. But Merrick held his ground. Threats don't change facts, boy. You're asking us to abandon our territories, pool our resources, fight an enemy we haven't seen based on the word of. He gestured dismissively at me, her. Then send your own scouts, Draven said coldly. Go to the eastern territories. See for yourselves. But when you return, if you return, don't say I didn't warn you. The eastern territories have been our trading partners for decades. Another alpha spoke up, a woman named Zariah with silver-streaked hair. If there truly was a plague, they would have told us. Requested aid. This silence suggests either the threat doesn't exist, or Alpha Draven is exaggerating to justify expanding his own power. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. I looked at my mother, who stood near the back. She'd been quiet throughout the meeting, her corruption marks hidden beneath long sleeves. Now she stepped forward, and something in her movement made everyone stop talking. You want proof? She asked quietly.
Fine.
I'll give you proof. She pulled up her sleeves, revealing the dark silver patterns that marked her skin. Then she summoned her corruption, shadows swirling around her hands, forming into deadly shapes. I am Marin Thorn. 15 years ago, Alpha Tyrion framed me for treason and turned me into a feral as punishment. I spent a decade and a half as a corrupted monster, barely conscious, used as a weapon. Her amber eyes swept the room. I know what corruption feels like.
Tastes like.
Sounds like in the dark corners of your mind. And I'm telling you, the shadow plague in the Eastern Territories is 1,000 times worse than what was done to me. She moved to the center of the room, shadows flowing from her like living smoke. This corruption inside me is controlled.
Bound.
Transformed into something that can be wielded with purpose. But the wild corruption? It doesn't just destroy your mind. It consumes your soul. Turns you into a hunger that can never be satisfied. An emptiness that spreads to everything it touches. The shadows expanded, filling the hall with darkness that felt wrong, cold and hungry and utterly without mercy. Several alphas stepped back instinctively. This is a fraction of what exists in the Eastern Territories, my mother continued. Imagine hundreds of these creatures. Thousands. All driven by the same insatiable need to consume, to corrupt, to spread. And they're coming. Whether you believe us or not, Whether you prepare or not, they're coming. She pulled the shadows back, the darkness retreating into her skin. The room felt lighter, but the impression of wrongness lingered. Now, she said, her voice still quiet but carrying absolute authority. You can either work together to face this threat, or you can waste time arguing while the corruption spreads to your borders. Choose quickly. We don't have much time. The silence that followed was heavy with fear and calculation. Finally, Zariah spoke. If we accept that this threat is real, and I'm not saying we do, what exactly are you proposing? That we abandon our territories and flee? Quarantine the eastern lands and hope the corruption doesn't spread? I'm proposing we fight, Draven said. But not with conventional warfare. The shadow creatures can't be killed with claws and teeth. We need magic.
Healers.
Druids. He looked at me. And we need to understand the corruption well enough to counter it. You have one druid, Merrick pointed out. One corrupted ex-feral. Against an army of shadow creatures. Those aren't good odds. Then we find more resources. More allies. More solutions. Draven's voice was steel. Or we die. Those are the only options. There might be another way. A new voice spoke from the doorway. Everyone turned to find an ancient wolf standing there, so old his fur was pure white, his body bent with age. But his eyes were sharp, intelligent, filled with knowledge accumulated over a lifetime. Elder Bastion, Zariah breathed. You're supposed to be dead. I get that a lot. The old wolf hobbled into the room, leaning heavily on a gnarled walking stick. I've been living in isolation for the past 20 years, studying corruption in all its forms. When I heard about shadow creatures appearing in the Eastern Territories, I knew my work was finally relevant again. He stopped in front of my mother, studying her with intense interest. You're the corrupted one who retained consciousness. Fascinating. May I? He reached toward her arm. My mother hesitated, then nodded. Bastion's fingers traced her corruption marks, his expression growing more intrigued. Remarkable. The corruption has been transformed, redirected. Whoever did this work understood ancient magic on a level I've rarely seen. Healer Ariva, my mother said. She used my daughter's sacrifice to anchor the corruption to my will. A daughter's sacrifice. Bastion's eyes found me. And you're the druid. The one who gave up her wolf nature. He smiled. The forest spirits have excellent taste in candidates. Elder Bastion, Draven said with barely concealed impatience. You said there might be another way. What did you mean? I mean that fighting the shadow plague with violence is futile. You can't kill what's already dead. You can't stop corruption by destroying its hosts. That just releases it back into the environment. Bastion moved to the large map spread across the table, pointing to the Eastern Territories. But corruption has a source. Always. Find that source, seal it, and the spread stops. How do we find the source? I asked. By tracking the corruption backward. It spreads outward in patterns, like ripples from a stone dropped in water. If you follow those patterns back to their origin. He traced lines on the map, converging on a single point deep in the Eastern Territories. There. That's where it began. The location he indicated was marked as the Blackwood Hollow, a place even the most detailed maps showed as uninhabited wilderness. What's in the Blackwood Hollow? Zariah asked. Nothing, according to official records, Bastion said. Which means it's probably the site of something the Eastern Alphas want hidden. An experiment gone wrong. A forbidden ritual. Ancient magic mishandled. Something that cracked open a door that should have stayed sealed. And you think we can seal this door? I think we have to try. Because the alternative is watching the corruption consume every territory in the region. Bastion looked around the room. The shadow plague isn't natural. It's a symptom of something much worse, a breach in the barriers between our world and the places where darkness lives. Close the breach, and we stop the plague. Fail, and... He shrugged. Well... We all become shadows eventually. The weight of his words settled over the room like a shroud. This is insane, Merrick said, but his voice lacked conviction. You're talking about a suicide mission into corrupted territory, looking for something that might not even exist. It exists, my mother said with certainty. I can feel it. The wild corruption calls to mine, and that call has a source. A center. Elder Bastion is right. There's something in the Blackwood Hollow that's generating this plague. Then we send a team, Draven decided. Small, fast, capable. They locate the source, seal it, and return before the corruption can overwhelm them. I'll go, I said immediately. No. Yes. I held Draven's gaze. I'm a druid. I can sense corruption through the earth itself. I can track it to its source better than anyone else here. And if the breach needs to be sealed with magic, I'm one of the few people who might be able to do it. She's right, Bastion said. And she'll need the corrupted one with her. 2 types of magic working together, druidic and corruption-based. It's our best chance. I won't send both of you into that death trap, Draven said, his voice strained. Belindra, if something happens, then you'll mourn me and find someone else to love. I moved to him, taking his hands. But Draven, this has to be done. And I'm uniquely suited to do it. You know that. He stared at me for a long moment, conflict written across his face. Then he turned to the assembled alphas. Anyone else willing to volunteer for this suicide mission? I'll go, Kaelin said, stepping forward. The guard who'd accompanied us to the Eastern Territories. I've seen those shadow creatures. Know what we're up against. I'll go too, said a young woman from the back, one of the unstable shifters my mother had been training. Her name was Evania, and she could shift between forms faster than anyone I'd seen. Lady Marin saved my life. Let me return the favor. 2 more volunteers stepped forward. A healer named Vea, who specialized in protective wards, and a scout named Darian, who knew the Eastern Territories better than anyone. 6 wolves total. Against an entire corrupted territory and whatever horror waited in the Blackwood Hollow. We leave at first light, Draven said, his voice heavy with resignation. And the rest of you, he addressed the territory leaders, start preparing your defenses. Build barriers. Train your warriors. Stockpile resources. Because if we fail, the shadow plague will reach your borders within weeks. And when it does, you'll need to be ready. The alphas exchanged glances. Some still looked skeptical. Others looked terrified. But all of them nodded. The meeting dissolved into planning sessions. Strategies. Resource allocation. The machinery of war grinding into motion. But I barely heard it. My mind was already in the Blackwood Hollow, wondering what we'd find there. What horror had been unleashed that could corrupt an entire territory. Draven found me later that night in the gardens. I was sitting among the plants I'd coaxed back to life, drawing comfort from their simple, uncorrupted existence. You don't have to do this, he said quietly, sitting beside me. Yes, I do.
Why?
Because you feel you owe something? Because you need to prove yourself? Because I can. I looked at him. Because the forest gave me power for a reason. Because my mother sacrificed everything to save me, and now I have a chance to save thousands. Maybe millions. I took his hand. And because I love you too much to watch you shoulder this burden alone. I'm sending you into danger. Again. Just like with the Ferals. Just like with Tarion. His voice cracked. At what point do I stop being the alpha who protects his people and start being the man who keeps throwing the woman he loves into hell? At the point where you start making my choices for me. I squeezed his hand. I'm not helpless, Draven. I'm not the servant girl you bought at auction anymore. I'm a druid. I'm capable. And I'm choosing this because it's right, not because you're forcing me. I know. He pulled me close, his arms wrapping around me like he could keep me safe through sheer force of will. I can't lose you, Belindra. Not after everything. Not when I've finally found someone who sees me as more than just an alpha or an heir or a weapon. Then trust that I'm strong enough to come back to you. I pulled away enough to meet his eyes. Trust that the servant girl who helped bring down your father can handle whatever's waiting in the Blackwood Hollow. I do trust you. That's not the issue. He cupped my face in his hands. The issue is that I love you so much it terrifies me. And the thought of you facing shadow creatures and corruption, and Moon knows what else makes me want to lock you in the highest tower and never let you leave. Good thing you're not that kind of alpha. I smiled. Besides, towers wouldn't hold me. I'd just grow a vine and climb down. He laughed despite himself. Then his expression grew serious. If something happens, if you can't seal the breach, if the corruption is too strong, I'll run. I promise. I kissed him softly. I didn't survive years of hardship and gave up my wolf just to die in some corrupted forest. I'm coming back to you, Draven. I swear it. Then take this. He pulled something from his pocket, a silver pendant carved with intricate runes. It's a protection charm. My mother made it for me when I was young. It won't stop the corruption, but it'll give you a few extra seconds if you're in danger. Those seconds might be enough to escape. I took the pendant, feeling its weight in my palm. The metal was warm, as if it had absorbed years of his mother's love and his own. I'll keep it safe. Keep yourself safe. The pendant is replaceable. He fastened it around my neck, his fingers lingering on my skin. You're not. We stayed in the garden until dawn, holding each other against the darkness that was coming. Not speaking. Not needing to, just being together while we still could. When the sun rose, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, I stood and prepared for the journey ahead. My mother was waiting by the carriage, along with our small team. She looked at me with pride and fear in equal measure. Ready? She asked. I touched the pendant at my throat, felt the druidic power humming beneath my skin, thought about everything we'd survived to reach this moment. Ready? I said. We climbed into the carriage and headed toward the Eastern Territories, toward the Blackwood Hollow, toward whatever horror had spawned the Shadow Plague. Behind us, Draven stood watching until we disappeared from sight. I felt his gaze like a physical touch, a tether connecting us across the distance. I'd promised to come back to him. Now I just had to make sure I could keep that promise, even if it meant facing the darkest magic in existence. Even if it meant discovering that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Chapter 12. The Blackwood Hollow. The corruption hit us 3 miles before we reached Blackwood Hollow. It started as a smell, sweet and rotting simultaneously, like flowers left too long in a grave. Then the trees began to change. Their bark turned black and weeping. Their leaves curled into shapes that looked almost like screaming mouths. Stop the carriage, my mother said urgently. We go on foot from here. The corruption is too thick. It'll infect the horses. We dismounted and sent the carriage back with instructions to return in 3 days. If we weren't waiting at the rendezvous point, they were to assume we'd failed and warn the territories. A grim thought, but a necessary precaution. Stay close, Kalen said, his hand on his sword. And don't touch anything. The corruption spreads through contact. We moved into the diseased forest in a tight formation. My mother at the front, her corruption marks glowing as she used her own darkness to sense the wild corruption around us. Me behind her, my druidic senses screaming warnings about the dying vegetation. The others surrounding us, weapons ready. The deeper we went, the worse it got. Trees grew in twisted spirals, their trunks split open to reveal pulsing darkness inside. The ground was soft and wrong, like walking on flesh instead of earth. And everywhere, I felt the corruption seeping into the soil, poisoning everything it touched. This is worse than the village, Evania whispered, her eyes wide with fear. How is anything still alive here? It's not alive, my mother said grimly. Look closer. The plants, the insects, even the air itself, it's all dead. Moving but dead. Animated by corruption instead of life. She was right. Through my druidic connection, I felt the absence where life should have been. These plants weren't growing. They were being puppeted by the same force that created shadow creatures. The forest itself had become corrupted. How much farther to the hollow? Darian asked, checking his compass. The needle was spinning wildly, unable to find north in this place where natural laws didn't apply. Not far, I said, feeling the wrongness intensifying ahead. Whatever set the center of this, I can sense it, like a wound in the world itself. We pressed on, and the forest grew darker despite it being midday. The canopy overhead had become so thick with corruption that sunlight couldn't penetrate. We lit torches, but their flames burned strange colors, green and purple instead of orange. Then we heard the sounds, whispers, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Voices that might have been words in a language older than wolves, or just the wind through dead leaves. Don't listen to them, my mother warned. The corruption tries to get inside your mind. Find your fears, your doubts, amplify them until you break. But it was hard not to listen. The whispers seemed to know things. Called my name. Spoke in my mother's voice, then Draven's, then voices I didn't recognize but somehow felt I should. Belindra, you don't belong here, you never did. Worthless, broken. They only tolerate you out of pity. Lies, I said aloud, forcing the words past the fear constricting my throat. Just lies.
Are they?
You gave up your wolf. Make yourself weak. Humans. What use is a human in a wolf's world? I'm a druid. The forest chose me. The forest used you. Gave you power because you were convenient. Empty. Easy to fill with a purpose that isn't your own. A hand gripped my shoulder. My mother, her amber eyes blazing with protective fury. The corruption is targeting you specifically, she said. It recognizes druidic magic as a threat. Don't listen. Don't engage. Just keep moving. I nodded, swallowing the fear and doubt the whispers had stirred up. We continued deeper into the Blackwood Hollow. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They attacked all of us now, speaking our worst fears, our deepest regrets. Vea began crying silently. Darian's hands shook on his weapon. Even Kaelin looked shaken. Only my mother seemed immune, her own corruption forming a barrier against the wild darkness. But I could see the strain on her face. Feel how much effort it took to resist the call of corruption that wanted to merge with hers, to pull her back into mindless hunger. There, I gasped, pointing ahead. The trees opened into a clearing. And in the center of that clearing stood something that made my blood run cold. It looked like a door, but not made of wood or metal. This door was carved from shadow itself, standing upright without any frame or support. It was massive, easily 20 feet tall, covered in runes that hurt to look at directly.
And it was open.
Just a crack. Just enough that darkness poured through like liquid, pooling on the ground and spreading outward in all directions. Moon above, Vea breathed. That's the source? Someone opened a door to what? Where does it lead? Nowhere good, my mother said, her voice tight with horror. That's a breach in the veil. A tear between our world and the shadow realm. The place where corruption is born, where darkness exists in its purest form. How do we close it? I asked, though part of me already knew the answer. We don't. Elder Bastion's voice spoke from behind us. We spun to find the old wolf emerging from the corrupted forest, looking far more steady on his feet than he had in the manor. And behind him, my heart stopped. Behind him walked a figure shrouded in shadow. Tall, elegant, radiating power that made the corruption around us seem like a candle compared to a bonfire. Allow me to introduce Lady Nyxera, Bastion said, his voice carrying none of the frailty it had before. The one who opened this door 15 years ago. The one who's been feeding the corruption ever since. You, my mother snarled, her shadows exploding outward. You were supposed to be dead. Tarion told me you were executed. Tarion lied about a great many things, Nyxera said, her voice like silk over steel. She stepped forward, and the shadows moved with her, caressing her like loyal pets. Including what really happened the night your daughter was born. My world tilted. What? Nyxera's attention fixed on me, and I felt the weight of something ancient and terrible in her gaze. You don't remember, do you? The night of your birth. The ritual that was supposed to make you something magnificent. Belindra has nothing to do with this, my mother said, moving protectively in front of me. Whatever game you're playing. No game. Just the truth. Nixera gestured to the shadow door. This breach was opened with a purpose. To create something new. A wolf who could walk between worlds, who could channel shadow and light simultaneously. A bridge between corruption and purity. She looked directly at me. You were supposed to be that bridge, Belindra. Born during a ritual specifically designed to infuse you with controlled corruption from birth. But your mother interfered, destroyed the ritual, scattered the participants, and, in the process, she damaged you. Liar, I said, but my voice shook. Am I? Then explain why you could never shift properly. Why was your wolf broken from the start? Nixera moved closer, and shadows reached toward me like curious fingers. You were meant to be born with corruption as part of your nature, but the ritual was incomplete. So you got a fragment, just enough to break your wolf, not enough to give you power. My mother's face had gone pale. That's why Tyrion framed me. Not for interfering with corruption experiments, for destroying yours.
Exactly.
And when you were executed, or so everyone thought, I took over the research. Spent 15 years perfecting what we'd attempted with you. Nixera smiled. The shadow creatures you've encountered? Those are my successes. Wolves fully transformed into shadow, no longer bound by flesh or mortality. You call those abominations successes? Kaelin spat. I call them evolution. The shadow realm offers power beyond anything you can imagine. Immortality.
Strength.
Freedom from the weakness of flesh. Nixera's expression was almost pitiful. You see corruption as death. I see it as a transformation into something greater. Corruption destroys consciousness, I said. Turns people into mindless monsters. Because they resist. Fight against the transformation instead of embracing it. She held up her hand, and shadows danced across her palm. I embraced it willingly. I opened myself to the shadow realm completely. And look what I've become. She was right that she'd become something, but not something greater. Looking at her, I saw what my mother might have become if the corruption had fully consumed her, beautiful and terrible and utterly empty of humanity. What do you want? I asked because there had to be a reason she was telling us this. Had to be something she was building toward. I want to complete what was started 15 years ago. Nixera's gaze bore into mine. I want to finish your transformation, Belindra. Make you what you were always meant to be. The bridge between worlds. The alpha of shadows. Never, I said. Don't decide so quickly. Look at what you've already sacrificed. Your wolf, your place in pack society, your very nature. All to save a mother who is already lost to corruption. Nixera moved closer, and despite my instincts screaming to run, I held my ground. But what if you didn't have to choose? What if you could be both human and wolf? Light and shadow? What if you could have power that no druid, no alpha, no wolf in history has ever possessed? She gestured to the shadow door. Step through. Embrace the corruption voluntarily. And you'll become something the world has never seen. Strong enough to close this breach from the inside. Strong enough to stop the shadow plague by commanding it. Strong enough to protect everyone you love from any threat. The offer hung in the air, tempting despite its source. Power. Belonging. The ability to actually make a difference instead of constantly scrambling to survive. Don't listen to her, my mother said urgently. Belindra, whatever she's promising is a lie. The shadow realm doesn't give, it only takes. You step through that door, you'll lose everything that makes you you. Will she? Nixera countered. Or will she finally become what she was always meant to be? Your mother destroyed that potential once. Will you let her do it again out of fear? I looked at the shadow door. Felt the corruption calling to me, promising strength and certainty and an end to all the doubt and fear I'd carried my whole life. Then I looked at my mother, saw the love and terror in her eyes, the scars, physical and otherwise, that she bore from 15 years of fighting corruption. And I made my choice. You're wrong about one thing, I said to Nixera. My mother didn't destroy my potential. She saved me from becoming like you, powerful and empty and serving darkness instead of choosing my own path. I raised my hands, and druidic power flowed through me. Not to attack, but to reach past the corruption, past the shadow door, down into the earth itself. The roots responded. Ancient roots from trees that had stood before the breach was opened. They surged upward, wrapping around the shadow door, beginning to pull it closed. No! Nyxera shrieked. Shadows exploded from her, trying to tear my roots away. But I wasn't alone. My mother's controlled corruption met Nyxera's wild darkness, holding it back just long enough for me to work. The door began to close. Inch by inch. The flow of shadow from the breach is slowing. Vea! I shouted. The wards.
Now.
The healer rushed forward, her hands glowing with protective magic. She began painting runes in the air around the closing door, seals that would lock it permanently once it shut. Nyxera realized what we were doing.
You fools.
You can't seal the breach with simple magic. It requires a sacrifice, a life willingly given to anchor the barrier. Then I'll give mine, my mother said. No, I started to protest. It has to be me, Belindra. I'm already corrupted. My life is the perfect anchor, shadow to seal shadow. She looked at me with infinite love and infinite sadness. I got 15 extra years with you because of your sacrifice. Now it's my turn to save you. Mama, please. I love you, little moon. Never forget that. She turned to Nyxera with a smile that was all teeth and fury. And you took 15 years of my life. Time for payback. My mother charged. She slammed into Nyxera, her corruption meeting Nyxera's in a collision that lit up the clearing with silver and black light. They fought with magic and claws and pure desperation. Two corrupted wolves, one trying to save the world, one trying to enslave it. And while they fought, I pulled the door closed. The roots wrapped tighter. Vea's words blazed brighter. The flow of shadow reduced to a trickle.
Now,
Vea shouted. While they're connected, seal them both. I understood what she meant. To close the door permanently, we needed to seal it with corruption itself, which meant trapping my mother and Nyxera on the other side. I can't, I whispered. You have to. Vea's voice was desperate. If you don't seal it now, while Nyxera is distracted, she'll just open it again. We'll have bought time, nothing more. I looked at my mother. She was still fighting, still holding Nyxera back from the door. But she must have heard Vea, because she turned to look at me one last time. And she nodded. Permission. Forgiveness. Love. Tears streaming down my face, I poured everything I had into the roots. They surged with power, yanking the shadow door completely closed. Vea's wards snapped into place, glowing chains that wrapped around the sealed breach. And on the other side of that door, I felt my mother's presence disappear. No, I screamed, lunging toward the sealed breach. Kaelin grabbed me, holding me back. It's done, Belindra. She's gone. Let me go. I have to, but there was nothing I could do. The door was sealed. My mother was trapped in the shadow realm with Nyxera. She'd sacrificed herself to save me. Again. And this time, I couldn't bring her back. I collapsed in Kaelin's arms, sobbing so hard I thought my chest would crack open. Around us, the corruption was already beginning to recede. The shadow creatures dissolve. The poison plants slowly returned to normal. The plague was ending. But the cost was everything. We stayed there for hours or maybe minutes. Time had lost meaning. Eventually, Darian helped Kaelin get me to my feet. We need to go, he said gently. The corruption is fading, but we don't know if the forest will become hostile without it. I let them lead me away from the sealed breach, away from the place where I'd lost my mother for the second time. As we walked through the healing forest, I touched the pendant at my throat. Draven's mother's protection charm. I'd promised to come back to him. I'd kept that promise. But the woman returning wasn't the same one who'd left. She was broken in new ways, carrying grief that felt like it would crush her. And she had no idea how to tell the man she loved that she'd traded her mother's life for the world's salvation. Or how to live with that choice. Chapter 13. The Weight of Salvation. The journey back took 3 days. but I barely remembered any of it. I moved through the world like a ghost. Ate when Vea forced food into my hands. Slept when exhaustion pulled me under. Spoke only when directly questioned, and even then, my answers were single words. My mother was gone. Not dead. Death I could have understood, could have mourned properly. But trapped. Sealed in the shadow realm with a madwoman, fighting an eternal battle in darkness. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face in that final moment. The love. The acceptance. The forgiveness for what I was about to do. We're almost home, Kalen said on the third day, his voice gentle. He'd been watching me with increasing concern, probably worried I'd simply stop functioning entirely. Home. The word felt foreign. How could anywhere be home when the person who defined that concept was gone? But then I saw the manor rising against the twilight sky, and my heart clenched painfully. Because Draven was there, waiting, believing I'd kept my promise to return. And I had. Just not in the way either of us had hoped. The carriage rolled through the gates, and I saw him immediately. Standing at the entrance, flanked by guards, his posture rigid with barely contained emotion. The moment the carriage stopped, he was there, pulling open the door before anyone else could. Belindra, he breathed, his hands reaching for me, pulling me into his arms. Thank the moon. When you were late, when the reports came that the corruption was receding, I didn't know if...
He stopped.
Pulled back to look at my face. And I watched understanding dawn in his storm-gray eyes. Where's Marin? He asked quietly. I couldn't speak. Couldn't force the words past the grief lodged in my throat. Belindra. Where is your mother? She sealed the breach. Vea said from behind me, her voice heavy with sorrow. Sacrificed herself to trap the one who'd opened it. The shadow plague has ended, but Lady Marin is gone. Draven's arms tightened around me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And finally, the dam broke. I sobbed against his chest, great heaving gasps that shook my entire body. All the grief I'd been holding back for 3 days poured out in a flood I couldn't control. He held me through it. Didn't try to calm me or tell me it would be all right. Just held me while I broke apart, whispering meaningless comfort sounds that at least told me I wasn't alone. When I could breathe again, when the tears had slowed to silent trails, he lifted me in his arms and carried me inside. Past curious servants and concerned guards, up the stairs to our private chambers. He laid me on the bed, then climbed in beside me, pulling me close. Tell me, he said softly. Tell me everything.
So I did.
The corrupted forest. The shadow door. Nixera's revelations about my birth. The impossible choice, seal the breach and trap my mother, or let the plague continue spreading. She made the choice for me, I whispered. Attacked Nixera, held her long enough for us to seal the door. She knew what it would mean, knew she'd be trapped forever. She saved you, Draven said. Again, just like 15 years ago. She couldn't bear to let you make that sacrifice. But I should have been the one. The words burst out of me, raw and desperate. She'd already suffered so much. Already given up 15 years to corruption. She deserved peace, deserved rest, She deserved to save her daughter one last time. Draven's hand stroked my hair. Belindra, your mother spent 15 years as a feral. Trapped in madness, barely conscious. When you freed her, when you gave her back her mind, you gave her the most precious gift possible, choice. And she chose to use her final moments to save you. Don't diminish that by wishing you died instead. His words made sense, but they didn't ease the pain. How do I live with this? Knowing she's trapped there, fighting Nixera for eternity while I'm here, safe. The same way she lived with leaving you as a baby. The same way I lived with watching my father destroy innocent lives while I gathered evidence. The same way anyone lives with impossible choices. He turned my face to meet his eyes. You honor her sacrifice by living. By using the life she bought you to build something good. Something worth the price she paid. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to think I could move past this grief and find purpose again. But right now, all I felt was empty. The next morning, I woke to find Draven gone and a note on his pillow. Territory meeting. Didn't want to wake you. Take all the time you need. I love you.
R.
I lay there for a long time, staring at the ceiling. Eventually, the physical needs of my human body forced me from bed. I washed, dressed in simple clothing, and made my way downstairs. The manor was subdued. Servants moved quietly, speaking in hushed tones. They'd heard about my mother's sacrifice, about the shadow plague being ended, about the price we'd paid for salvation. I found myself drawn to the gardens, the place where my mother had first shown me her shadow magic, where we'd stood together and marveled at her transformation from feral to conscious being. The plants here remembered her. I could feel it through my druidic connection, the warmth she'd brought, the way she'd spoken gently to growing things even though she carried corruption in her veins. She loved this place, a voice said behind me. I turned to find Silas, the young wolf my mother had helped with his unstable shifting. He looked older somehow, as if grief had aged him overnight. She helped me, he continued, moving to stand beside me, when no one else could. When I thought I'd be put down like a rabid animal, she saw past the instability to the person underneath.
His voice cracked.
She saved my life, and now she's gone. She saved a lot of lives, I said quietly. I know. The other unstable shifters were all talking about it, about how she used her corruption to help instead of destroy, how she turned suffering into purpose. Silas looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. We want to honor her, create something in her memory. Would that be all right? The question surprised me. What kind of something? A sanctuary. For wolves like us, the broken ones, the unstable ones, the ones nobody else wants. We'd call it Marin's Haven. His words came faster, fueled by passion. She taught us that being damaged doesn't mean being worthless. That survival is its own kind of strength. We want to pass that lesson on. Help others the way she helped us. Tears pricked my eyes, but this time they weren't just grief. They were grateful that my mother's legacy would live on in the wolves she'd saved. She would have loved that, I said. Silas smiled, small, but genuine. Then we'll build it. And every wolf who finds refuge there will know her story. Will understand that even corruption can be transformed into something beautiful. He left me alone in the gardens, and I sat among the plants, feeling their quiet comfort. My mother was gone. That truth would never change, never stop hurting. But she wasn't forgotten. And maybe, that was its own kind of immortality. The territory meeting was held in the grand hall. When I entered, the conversation stopped. All eyes turned to me. Sympathy, gratitude, pity, and in some cases, fear. I'd become something they didn't know how to categorize. A human with druidic powers who'd sealed a shadow breach and ended a plague. Not quite a servant, not quite noble, not quite a wolf. An outsider who'd saved them all. Draven stood at the front, and relief flashed across his face when he saw me. He gestured for me to join him, and I made my way through the assembled alphas and nobles. Lady Belindra, Alpha Zariah said formally, on behalf of the coastal territories, I want to express our deepest gratitude. Your sacrifice and your mother's saved countless lives. Others echoed the sentiment. Formal thanks delivered with varying degrees of sincerity. Some meant it. Others were just going through political motions. I nodded acknowledgement, but didn't speak. I didn't trust my voice yet. The shadow plague has receded completely, Draven announced to the assembly. Scouts confirmed that corrupted areas are healing. Shadow creatures are dissolving. The eastern territories are slowly returning to normal. What about the breach itself? Alpha Merrick asked. Is it truly sealed? Permanently, I said, finding my voice. The wards will hold. And even if they didn't, Marin and Nixera are trapped on the other side. One fighting to keep the breach closed, the other trying to reopen it. They'll battle for eternity, a stalemate that protects our world. Your mother was a hero, Elder Bastion said, his ancient eyes kind. History will remember her as the corrupted wolf who chose salvation over darkness. Would it though? Or would the story be simplified, sanitized, the complexity of her sacrifice reduced to convenient legend? There's another matter we must address, Zariah said carefully. The revelation that there are wolves among us with unstable shifting abilities. Wolves who've been hidden, ostracized, deemed worthless. Lady Marin proved they can be helped and can become valuable pack members. We need to establish formal programs. Already in progress, Draven said smoothly. We're creating a sanctuary for unstable shifters. A place where they can receive proper training and support rather than being cast out or executed. The alphas exchanged glances. Some looked approving. Others are skeptical. And who will fund the sanctuary? Someone asked. Who will staff it? Manage it? We will, I said. The Ironfang Pack will provide initial resources and land. And I'll oversee the program personally. Surprised murmurs rippled through the hall. You? Marek's tone was dubious. No offense, Lady Belindra, but you're human now. No pack bonds, no alpha authority. How do you expect to manage unstable shifters? The same way my mother did, with patience, compassion, and an understanding that being different isn't the same as being broken. I held his gaze. I don't need alpha authority to help wolves who've been cast aside. I just need to care, which is more than most of you have done for them. The rebuke silenced the room. Draven's hand found mine, a gesture of support and solidarity. Marin's Haven will open within the month. Any territory that wants to send their unstable shifters can do so. We'll help them for free, no strings attached. And what do you get out of this? Zariah asked, her tone not suspicious, just curious. We get to honor a woman who deserved better than the world gave her, I said simply. We get to turn suffering into purpose. And maybe, I looked around at the assembled leaders, maybe we can prove that the measure of a pack isn't its power or purity, but its compassion. The meeting continued for another hour. Logistics, resources, treaties, the machinery of rebuilding after a crisis. But I barely paid attention. My mind was in the shadow realm, wondering if my mother could somehow sense what we were building in her name. Hoping she knew that her sacrifice had planted seeds that would grow into something beautiful. When the meeting finally ended and the alphas departed, I found myself alone with Draven in the now empty hall. You don't have to do this, he said gently. Managing the sanctuary. Taking on that responsibility while you're still grieving. I need to do this, I corrected. Need purpose. Need something to pour this grief into before it consumes me. Then I'll help you. He pulled me close. We'll build it together. Create something that honors your mother and helps others. Turn this pain into something meaningful. I leaned against him, drawing strength from his solid presence. I love you. You know that, right? I know. And I love you. Even on the days when you're more broken than whole. Even on the days when grief makes you forget how to smile. His lips pressed against my hair. Especially then. We stood there in the quiet hall, two wolves, well, one wolf and one human, who'd survived corruption and conspiracy and sacrifice. We'd lost so much. My mother, my wolf nature, the innocence that came from not knowing how cruel the world could be. But we'd gained something too. Each other. Purpose. The knowledge that even in the darkest places, even when the costs seemed unbearable, there were things worth fighting for. Things worth surviving for. 2 weeks later, I stood at the entrance to what would become Marin's Haven. It was a beautiful piece of land. Rolling hills, ancient forest, a clear stream running through the center. Draven had chosen it specifically because it felt peaceful. A place where broken wolves could heal without judgment. Construction had already begun. Several buildings rising from cleared ground. Dormitories. Training halls. A central gathering space. And at the heart of it all, a memorial garden where we'd plant a tree in my mother's honor. Silas was there, along with the other unstable shifters my mother had helped. They were working alongside hired builders, their shifting problems not preventing them from contributing. It's taking shape, Evania said, appearing beside me. She'd volunteered to help run the sanctuary, using her own experience with shifting instability to guide others. Your mother would be proud. I hope so. I touched the pendant at my throat, Draven's mother's protection charm. I'd taken to wearing it constantly, a reminder that mother's love transcended death and distance. I hope wherever she is, she knows we're trying to honor her. She knows. Ivania's voice was certain. Love like that doesn't just disappear because someone's gone. It echoes, ripples outward, touches lives that never knew the original source. She gestured to the construction site. This is her echo, and it's going to help so many people. A carriage arrived, carrying the first group of wolves being sent from other territories. 3 young shifters who'd been deemed too unstable, too dangerous, too broken to remain with their packs. I watched them emerge, saw the fear and hope warring on their faces. They'd been cast out by families who should have protected them, told they were worthless, unsalvageable, better off dead. I'd been there, had felt that same crushing weight of being unwanted. Welcome to Marin's Haven, I said, approaching them. I'm Belindra, and this is a place where being different is valued, not feared, where you can learn to work with your instability instead of fighting it, where you're safe. The youngest, a girl who couldn't have been more than 14, looked at me with tears streaming down her face. They said I was cursed, that I'd hurt someone eventually, that I should be. You're not cursed. You're just different. And different things can be powerful. I held out my hand. Let me show you. I led them into the sanctuary, and as I did, I felt something shift inside me. The grief didn't disappear, would probably never fully disappear, but it made space for something else. Purpose. Hope. The knowledge that suffering, when transformed through love and determination, could become the foundation for healing. My mother had taught me that, had lived it through 15 years of corruption, had died proving it one final time. Now it was my turn to carry that lesson forward, to build something beautiful from the ashes of loss, to show other broken wolves that survival was possible, that transformation was possible, that being cast aside by the world didn't mean you were without value. As the sun set over Marin's Haven, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold, I felt my mother's presence. Not physically. She was gone, trapped in the shadow realm fighting an eternal battle. But her love remained, her strength, her belief that even the most broken things could be made whole if someone cared enough to try. Thank you, Mama, I whispered to the wind. For everything. For saving me twice. For showing me that love is stronger than corruption, than fear, than even death itself. The wind rustled through the trees, and in that sound, I swore I heard her voice. Be strong, little moon. Be stronger than they expect. I would be. For her. For the wolves I'd help. For Draven, who'd stood beside me through everything. For myself. Because that's what survivors did. They honored the fallen by living. By building. By refusing to let loss destroy them. And I was a survivor. Always had been. Always would be. Chapter 14. Where Light Meets Shadow. 1 year later, the memorial tree had grown impossibly fast. I stood beneath its branches, watching silver leaves shimmer in the morning light. It shouldn't have been this large after only a year, shouldn't have bloomed with flowers that glowed faintly at night, shouldn't have roots that seemed to hum with quiet power. But druidic magic responded to emotion as much as intent. And I'd poured a year of grief and love and desperate hope into this tree. It had become the heart of Marin's Haven. Wolves came here to meditate, to train, to simply exist without judgment. 43 unstable shifters had found refuge in the sanctuary so far. 43 lives that might have been lost, now thriving. Still talking to it. Draven's voice came from behind me, warm with affection. I turned to find my mate, my husband now, officially bonded 3 months ago, approaching with 2 cups of tea. He'd learned I needed this morning ritual. The quiet conversation with a tree that represented my mother's legacy. She's listening, I said, accepting the tea. I can feel it sometimes. Like the tree is a bridge between worlds. You know that's impossible, right? But his tone was gentle, not dismissive. The shadow realm is sealed. Nothing comes through. I know what the magic says. I'm just telling you what I feel. I sipped the tea, letting its warmth chase away the morning chill. Many new arrivals today. 5. 2 from the Northern Territories, 3 from the coast. All young, all terrified. Draven's expression was troubled. One of them, a boy named Selim, can't speak anymore. The trauma of his unstable shifting combined with his pack's rejection. He's completely withdrawn. My heart clenched. I'll work with him. Sometimes silence is the only safe space when words have been used as weapons. I knew you'd say that. He pulled me close, pressing a kiss to my temple. You're amazing, you know that? Building all this, helping so many wolves, while still missing my mother every single day. I finished. The grief doesn't go away, Draven. I've just learned to carry it differently. To let it coexist with joy and purpose instead of consuming everything. She'd be so proud of you. I hope so. I looked up at the tree's silver branches. I hope wherever she is, she knows what we've built here. A commotion from the main building interrupted our moment. Raised voices, urgent footsteps. Then Vea appeared, running toward us with an expression that made my stomach drop. Belindra. Something's happening with the tree. We ran back to the memorial garden to find wolves gathering around the tree in confusion and wonder. The silver leaves were glowing, not with their usual faint luminescence, but blazing bright as stars. And the trunk was splitting open. Not breaking. Opening. Like a door. Everyone back. Draven commanded, his alpha authority scattering the crowd. But I moved closer, drawn by something I couldn't name. The opening in the tree widened, revealing darkness beyond. But not empty darkness. Not the hungry void of the shadow realm. This darkness felt warm, familiar, like coming home after a long absence. Belindra, don't, Draven started. Too late. I stepped through. I emerged in a place that existed between spaces. Not the shadow realm. I'd felt that corruption in the Blackwood Hollow, knew its cold hunger. This was different. A neutral ground where light and dark met in balance. And standing in the center of that balance was my mother. She looked as I remembered her, silver-white hair, amber eyes, corruption marks visible on her arms. But she was translucent, not quite solid. A spirit rather than flesh. Mama? I breathed. Hello, little moon. Her smile was radiant. I've been waiting for you to create a strong enough bridge. You're here. You're real. I started toward her, then stopped, afraid that touching her would make her disappear. How is this possible? The shadow realm is sealed. You're trapped. My body is trapped. Fighting Nixera, keeping her from breaking the seals. My mother moved closer, her form flickering slightly. But consciousness is harder to contain than flesh. And when you created this tree, when you poured so much love and power into it, you accidentally built a bridge. Not to the shadow realm itself, but to the space between worlds where spirits can exist temporarily. So you're not really here. Not physically. But I'm real enough. She reached out, and though her hand passed through mine slightly, I felt warmth. Felt the essence of her presence. I've been watching you, Belindra. Everything you've built. Every wolf you've saved. Every moment of joy and sorrow you've experienced. Tears streamed down my face. I miss you so much. Every day. Every moment. Sometimes the grief is so heavy I can barely breathe. I know. I feel it through our bond. Mother and daughter, connected across death and distance. Her expression grew tender. But I also feel your joy. Your love for Draven. Your purpose in helping others. Your strength in carrying grief without letting it destroy you. You taught me that survival is its own kind of strength. You taught yourself. I just showed you it was possible. She looked around at the in-between space, at the silver light that held back the shadow. We don't have much time. The bridge you created can only hold for a few minutes. So listen carefully. I nodded, drinking in every detail of her face, memorizing this gift of seeing her one more time. The shadow realm has changed me, my mother said. Fighting Nixera for a year has taught me things about corruption, about power, about the nature of darkness itself. And I've discovered something important. What? The breach in the Blackwood Hollow wasn't the first door opened between worlds. There are others. Older.
Deeper.
And they're beginning to weaken. Her amber eyes were grave. Nixera wasn't working alone. She was part of something larger. A group that believes merging the shadow realm with our world is evolution rather than destruction. Horror crawled up my spine. How many others? I don't know. But they're out there, and they're patient. They'll wait years, decades, slowly working to weaken the barriers until they can open new breaches. She gripped my hands, or tried to, the spiritual connection flickering. You need to be ready, Belindra. You and Draven. Because what you faced in Blackwood Hollow was just the beginning. How do we fight something like that? The same way you fought everything else. With courage, compassion, and the refusal to give up even when the odds seem impossible. Her smile was fierce and proud. You're a druid, Belindra. A bridge between worlds. That makes you uniquely suited to sense when barriers weaken, when corruption tries to spread. Use that gift. Train others who have similar abilities. Build a network of guardians who can respond to breaches before they become plagues. I don't know if I'm strong enough for that. You're stronger than you know. You gave up your wolf nature to save me. Sealed a shadow breach at 19 years old. Built a sanctuary for broken wolves while carrying grief that would have destroyed most people. Her translucent hands cupped my face. You are exactly strong enough, little moon. You just have to believe it. The space around us began to flicker. The bridge was failing. No, I gasped. Not yet. I need more time. You have all the time you need, because I'm always with you. She pressed a kiss to my forehead, and though her lips were barely substantial, I felt the warmth of her love like a brand. In every wolf you save, every unstable shifter who finds refuge, every moment you choose compassion over cruelty. That's me. That's my legacy living through you. I love you, Mama. I love you too. More than words can express. More than death can diminish. She was fading now, the bridge collapsing. Be happy, Belindra. Live fully. Love deeply. And never forget, survival is its own kind of strength, but joy is the real victory. Wait. I reached for her. When can I see you again? When you need me most, the bridge will open. Trust the tree. Trust yourself. Her final words echoed as she disappeared. I'm so proud of you, my brave, beautiful daughter. Then she was gone, and I was standing alone in the in-between space as it dissolved around me. I stumbled back through the tree opening, gasping. Draven caught me before I fell, his arms tight and desperate. You were gone for 15 minutes, he said, his voice shaking. I couldn't follow you, couldn't reach you. Belindra, what happened? I saw her. I gripped his shirt, grounding myself in his solid presence. My mother. She's still conscious in the shadow realm. Still fighting Nixera. Still connected to me. The gathered wolves whispered in amazement. A spirit bridge. Communication with the dead. Magic that shouldn't be possible, but clearly was. What did she say? Draven asked. So I told him. About the other breaches. The conspiracy. The warning that the Blackwood Hollow was just the beginning. His expression grew grim. Then we need to prepare. Expand the sanctuary's purpose beyond just helping unstable shifters. Make it a training ground for wolves who can sense and seal corruption. I pulled back to look at him. You'd build this with me? Commit the Ironfang Pack to fighting shadow breaches for potentially decades. I'd commit to anything that keeps you in my life and makes the world safer. He smiled. Besides, someone has to make sure you don't try to save everyone single-handedly and get yourself killed. Despite everything, I laughed. I make no promises. I know. It's one of the things I love about you. He kissed me, soft and sweet and full of unspoken promises. We'll face whatever comes together, the way we've faced everything else. Together, I agreed. 5 years later, the expanded sanctuary was thriving. Marin's Haven had grown from a refuge for unstable shifters into something larger. A training ground, a center for magical research, a hub where wolves from across the territories came to learn about corruption, about barriers between worlds, about the delicate balance between light and shadow. We'd sealed 3 more breaches in the past 5 years. Small ones, caught early before they could spawn plagues. Each time, I'd used my druidic powers to sense the weakening barriers. Each time, teams we'd trained had responded quickly and effectively. We were getting better at this, building a network of guardians just as my mother had suggested. And every few months, when I needed her most, the memorial tree would open. I'd step through and spend precious minutes with my mother's spirit, learning what she'd discovered about the Shadow Realm, about Nyxra's allies, about the ongoing battle to keep darkness contained. Those visits sustained me, reminded me that death wasn't the end of connection, that love transcended barriers between worlds. I stood beneath the tree now, watching new arrivals to the sanctuary. Not just unstable shifters anymore, but wolves with various gifts. Seers who could predict breaches. Healers who specialized in corruption cleansing. Warriors trained specifically to fight shadow creatures. An army of guardians, built from wolves the world had cast aside. Thinking deep thoughts. Draven appeared beside me, as he always did. 5 years of marriage, and he still found ways to surprise me. To make me feel seen and valued and loved. Thinking about how far we've come. From an auction block and a desperate alliance to, I gestured at the thriving sanctuary. This. You built this. Your vision, your determination. We built this. I corrected. I couldn't have done any of it without you. A child's laughter interrupted us. Our daughter, 3 years old, with my dark hair and Draven's storm gray eyes, came running from the training grounds. Technically, she was Draven's biological daughter. But I'd been there for her birth, had helped raise her, had claimed her as mine in every way that mattered. Mama, Mama. She crashed into my legs, hugging tight. Watch me shift. I knelt to her level. All right, little one. Show me. She concentrated, her face scrunching adorably. Then her form flickered, not quite shifting, more like trying on different shapes. Human, then almost wolf, then something in between. My breath caught. She had the same instability my mother had once helped others overcome. But before panic could set in, the child settled back into human form, grinning triumphantly. Did you see? I'm getting better. You are. I agreed, relief flooding through me. So much better. Aunt Evania says I'll be able to shift properly soon, that I just need practice and patience. She looked up at me with complete trust. And you'll help me, right? Like you help everyone. Of course I will. I pulled her close, breathing in her child scent. I'll always help you. That's what mothers do. She ran off to play with other children, and I stood, finding Draven watching me with an expression I couldn't quite read.
What?
I asked. Just you called yourself her mother. Not like a mother, or as good as. Just mother. His smile was tender. It suits you. I never thought I'd have this. A family, a home, a purpose that went beyond just surviving. I leaned against him. Sometimes I have to pinch myself to believe it's real. It's real. And it's permanent. And it's... He stopped, his expression shifting to concern. Belindra. The tree. I turned to see the memorial trees, leaves glowing. Not the scheduled time for a spirit bridge. Not when I'd called for one. This was different. Urgent. Stay with our daughter, I said, already moving toward the tree. Something's wrong. The opening appeared, and I stepped through without hesitation. My mother was there, but her spirit form was flickering more than usual. Unstable. Mama? What's wrong? Nyxra. The name came out strained. She's found a way to weaken the seals. Not enough to escape, but enough to send messages through. She's been contacting her allies outside, coordinating. The space shuddered. My mother's form wavered dangerously. I can't hold the bridge much longer, she gasped. Listen. They're planning something big. A coordinated attack on multiple barriers simultaneously. If they succeed, if they open even 3 breaches at once, we'll be overwhelmed. I finished, horror dawning. We can only handle 1 breach at a time with our current resources. Then you need to expand faster. Train more guardians. Build more teams. Her spirit solidified slightly, as if she was using the last of her strength to remain visible. And, Belindra, you need to find others like you. Druids. Shadow walkers. Wolves with gifts that bridge worlds. Because what's coming will require every advantage you can gather. How long do we have?
A year.
Maybe 2. The space was collapsing now, reality reasserting itself. I love you, little moon. Never forget. The bridge closed, and I was back beneath the tree, breathing hard. Draven was there immediately. What happened? I told him everything. The warning, the timeline, the scope of what we were facing. He was quiet for a long moment. Then, we'll need to call another territory meeting. Expand the Guardian network across all regions. This is too big for one pack to handle. Agreed. But Draven, I looked at him, at the sanctuary we'd built, at our daughter playing in the distance. Even if we do everything right, even if we train thousands of guardians, there's no guarantee we'll stop them all.
No.
There isn't. He took my hands. But we'll try anyway. Because that's what we do. We face impossible odds and survive them. Together. Together, I echoed. And for the first time in 5 years, I felt the weight of my mother's sacrifice differently. Not as grief to be carried, but as fuel, as a purpose. She was still fighting in the shadow realm, still holding back Nixera, still protecting the world from her prison. The least I could do was honor that fight by building something strong enough to withstand what was coming. 10 years after the Blackwood Hollow. The memorial tree was massive now. Its branches spread across half the sanctuary, providing shade and shelter to hundreds of wolves. And standing beneath it, addressing an assembly of guardian trainees, was me. 30 years old, seasoned by a decade of fighting shadow breaches, carrying scars both visible and invisible, but also carrying hope. 10 years ago, I said, my voice carrying across the crowd, my mother sacrificed herself to seal a breach in the Blackwood Hollow. She trapped herself in the shadow realm with a madwoman, condemned herself to eternal battle, all to save the world from corruption. I looked at the faces before me. Young wolves. Old wolves. Formerly unstable shifters who'd found purpose. Druids and healers and warriors who'd answered the call to become guardians. We've faced 7 more breaches since then. Stopped corruption from spreading. Saved countless lives. And we've done it because we learned the lesson my mother taught through her sacrifice, that survival is its own kind of strength, but compassion is what makes survival worthwhile. The tree's leaves rustled, and I felt my mother's presence. Not visible today, but there. Always there. What's coming will be harder than anything we've faced before. Multiple breaches, coordinated attacks, enemies who've had years to plan their assault. And we might fail. We might lose. We might discover that even our best efforts aren't enough. I paused, meeting as many eyes as I could. But we're going to fight anyway. Because that's what guardians do. We stand between the darkness and those who can't defend themselves. We transform suffering into purpose. We honor the fallen by living with courage and compassion. I touched the pendant at my throat, still wearing it after all these years, a reminder of love that transcended death. My mother is still fighting in the shadow realm, still holding back the darkness, still believing that we can build something better than what came before. My voice strengthened. So, let's prove her right. Let's show the wolves who want to merge our world with shadow that we're stronger together than they are apart. Let's be the army of broken, cast aside, impossible wolves who save everyone. The assembled guardians erupted in cheers. And standing beside me, hand firm in mine, was Draven.
Still my alpha.
still my mate, still my partner in every battle. Behind us, our daughter watched with wide eyes, 10 years old now, her shifting finally stable, already training to become a guardian herself. And beyond her, the sanctuary stretched across land we'd claimed and transformed. Marin's Haven had become something my mother could never have imagined. A force, a movement, a promise that even in the darkest times, even when corruption threatened to consume everything, there would be wolves willing to fight, willing to survive, willing to build something beautiful from the ashes of loss. I looked up at the memorial tree, its silver leaves glowing softly in the afternoon light. Thank you, Mama, I thought. For everything. For the sacrifice. For the love. For teaching me that strength comes not from never falling, but from standing back up every single time. The wind rustled through the branches, and in that sound, I heard her response. I'm proud of you, little moon. So very proud. And for the first time in 10 years, the grief in my chest didn't ache quite so much. Because I knew, absolutely knew, that wherever my mother was, whatever battle she was fighting in the shadow realm, she was at peace. Not because the fight was easy, not because she regretted nothing, but because she knew that her sacrifice had meant something. That her daughter had taken the gift of survival and transformed it into something that would echo across generations. A legacy of compassion, of guardianship, of refusing to let darkness win. And that was victory. The truest kind there was. The end. And so concludes the story of Belindra Thorne, the servant girl who became a druid, who brought down a corrupt empire, who sealed shadow breaches and built an army from broken wolves. Her mother's sacrifice echoes through Marin's Haven, through every guardian trained, through every life saved. Some battles never end. Some doors can never be fully closed. But as long as there are wolves willing to stand between the darkness and the light, as long as compassion triumphs over cruelty, hope survives. And survival, as Marin taught her daughter, is its own kind of strength. But love is what makes that strength matter. Thank you for following Belindra and Draven's journey. If you enjoyed this story, please like, comment, and subscribe to Wild Alpha Tales for more original werewolf shifter romance audiobooks. Your support helps us create more stories of strong wolves, impossible love, and the power of choosing compassion over cruelty. Until next time, may you find your own strength in survival and your own victory in love.